And there is a special teaching which is called the volume of the miraculous or the wonderful or miraculous volume of the oral transmission. That is one particular teaching. So this particular teaching of this oral transmission, the esoteric teaching of Guru Manjushri is handed down by Guru Manjushri to Jetsongkapa in the yes, in front of Lopen Paudorji, one great yogi, and then two gods, two deities, and so in front of them the Manjushri has handed to Jetsongkapa this particular esoteric teaching. So in that particular oral teaching of the oral transmission, it contains all the essence of all paths. But this particular, what is called the miraculous volume of the oral transmission, is not something which can be studied or read or like that by everybody. It is sort of handed down to certain great masters, and it goes from hand to hand of certain great masters, but it's not like ordinary book. So those who sort of carried down this oral transmission, or who is the carrier of the miraculous volume, or the oral transmission, esoteric teaching of Jetsongkapa, they have been all great yogis. They have all been great yogis who meditated in solitude and who attained very high realization of the Tantra. Only those are capable of carrying that transmission, not ordinary masters. So Jetsongkapa, he has handed down this particular oral transmission, this volume, miraculous volume, not to his chief disciple Kedrup Rinpoche, but he has handed it to another disciple called Jambel Gyatso, the yogi Jambel Gyatso. To him, the great meditator Jambel Gyatso have received this. So the yogi Jambel Gyatso then kept this oral transmission. He held this oral transmission with him, and then he went in solitude in meditation in a place called Pangsa. It is a little sort of valley. It's a very sort of wild sort of valley with very few people traveling or passing by. So he went into that valley, and then in a cave he meditated. And he lived there for many years until he has gained the experience or the realization. So for a long time, the people have sort of lost him. He has sort of disappeared. They didn't know where he was. Finally, the shepherd goat shepherd, can I say? Goat herder, a little boy, a goat herder has found where he was. So I made a mistake. I've invented something. So the goat herder had lost a goat, and and after so the goat is lost. One goat is lost, and after a while, that goat is coming from that valley.
And
so it happened, it repeated several times like that. So he was the goat herder was a little bit curious for where this goat is always going, and so he tied a string to the leg of the goat one day.
So he
just followed the goat where it went. And then he found that the goat is going to the cave of the Yogi Jambal Jazo and offering milk.
And
so this way then people found where he was meditating. So he lived there in that place in solitude for a very long time, for many years in complete meditation, and he attained very high realizations of the Tantra. And then after he came out from his solitude, and in the same valley, at the end of the valley, there he established a little center of the Dharma. And before he passed into Parinibbana, before he passed away, then he handed this the volume, the miraculous volume, the oral transmission, to Pasu Chöji Gyaltsen, another master. And Pasu Chöji Gyaltsen passed this to the Yogi Chöji Dorje. And Chöji Gyaltsen gave it to, handed to the Yogi Wensapa. It's a very great master. So actually this Chöji Dorje, who handed this to Ensapa, this yogi, he has never passed into Parinirvana. He is still living. Still living at the present time. There were 3 disciples of Jetsongkhapa with names whose names end with Vajra, like Dorje in Tibetan. One is this Chöji Dorje, and there's still another Pandan Dorje, and so there were 3 Dorjes. All those Dorjes were still living. They have not passed into Parinirvana. So much later, at the time of the 5th Dalai Lama, this Chöji Dorje, Yogi Chöji Dorje, once appeared and came to visit the 5th Dalai Lama. And he gave even an initiation of long life initiation to the 5th Dalai Lama. So he gave this long life initiation which His Holiness spoke yesterday, that Guru Padma Sambhava have received this particular long life initiation of Amita Ayus from a Dakini. So this same initiation has been given by Chöji Dorje to 5th Dalai Lama, who appeared to 5th Dalai Lama, and he gave this initiation to 5th Dalai Lama. Lord.
자 나바 있는 저 꾸준 손바 순나 jas면도 지라 주신 슈도지게 세원한테 나와래.
So it's not completely whether it's fifth or the third, but one of them, fifth or the third, Dalai Lama has received this initiation, long life initiation, from Chögyal Dorje, who actually lived many years before them.
근데 저 순나 자스 꾸준 손발 나와 있는 거봐 루산 자스 나와 있는 지 나와요 주신 슈도지게. 대 나야 돼 로브르 무치 벌레 패니 지모니가 소지라 나요 말 벌메라 한 조마 조천 슈주도지 다리산 주주디야 될라 로브르 무치 무스 전에 나와리.
So actually this special sort of long life initiation empowerment which Guru Padmasambhava has received from the yogini, he has never, when he came to Tibet, he didn't give this initiation to any of his disciples, even to the great disciples, like the 25 great disciples. To none of the Tibetans, he gave Tibetan disciples of that time. He didn't give this. He gave it after much later to this yogi, Chögyal Dorje, who received it directly from the vision of Guru Padmasambhava. And anyway, now this Chögyal Dorje gave all his oral transmissions to Wensapa. And then Wensapa, the great Wensapa, he continued this lineage, oral transmission, esoteric teaching, and handed down this miraculous volume to Master Sanjay Yeshe. And Sanjay Yeshe gave it to the Panchen, the Panchen Losang Church Gyaltsen. Actually put down the essence of this oral transmission in this Guru Yoga. He put down in written form. So until him, all those other former masters, they all have practiced the same Guru Yoga, but they have practiced it inwardly, in their mind. None of them have put it down, also written it down. And when you lost the Church Gyaltsen, then seeing the benefit of it, then for the first time written down. And then after Penja Losang Church Gyaltsen, so it is not completely sure whether to whom he has handed down this miraculous volume. There is a saying that he has handed it to Master Yeshe Gyaltsen. Yeshe Gyaltsen is a very great master. However, it's not completely certain. So this the oral transmission or the miraculous volume, when there is a master who is capable of holding it and carrying it, continuing it. They receive it in their hand, and when there isn't a master who is capable of keeping it, then the teaching is the volume is guarded by by Kalarupa, the protector of the dharma. So, however, this central line above the guru, starting with Vajradhara, and then all the lineage gurus are all visualized in Manjushri form, which is the close lineage.
Lama de Geo dan Dula, Jibutilla, yes, Shinji Sheji, Juba. Dundo Shinji Shejuba, yes, someone de Villaju, Yola Dinjo Villaju, Jolly Chidro Villaju set up a Lusuji.
So now that is the central line, and then there are still 4 other lineage. So there's a different way of visualizing this lineage. According to one way, then in front there is the lineage gurus of the Yamantaka Tantra, and on the right there is the lineage of the Goya Samaja Tantra. On the left there is the lineage of the Chakrasambhara Tantra, and on the back there is the lineage of Hevajra. And according to another way, in front there is the Kala Chakra, the lineage gurus of the Kala Chakra Tantra. So those are the lineages which visualize on top, above the guru. And now there's still one more ray, which is coming from the chest of the guru in front, right in front of the guru. There is one more group. So this is not usually it's not seen in the Tanka. This is sort of symbolized by those 3 lamas just below the Guru Tsongkhapa, right in the 3 lamas even not there. Oh, they are there actually, very little. Right in the front of Tsongkhapa there is a deity. You see it's sort of a standing deity right in the center. Just above him, around sort of below that sort of rainbow, there are 3 lamas. You see that symbolize that group in front. So this usually produces a problem to the artist. The group in front, because they find no way to paint it without obstructing the other ones behind them. So actually in this group we should visualize all our direct gurus from whom we have received any kind of transmissions of the teaching of Lama Tsongkhapa, the initiations, whatever, the teachings, Lamrim, anything like this. All our gurus are visualized in this front group. And so now the gurus, all the lineages, the root gurus are visualized on the sides, in front and above. And then now we go one layer down, and we move to the next layer of the lotus after the guru. Lotus. His Holiness wanted to finish this visualization part today, but it seems the time is already it's over. So we'll stop here now, and he will continue. There isn't much time because everything has to be completed by the day after tomorrow. So anyway, he will continue tomorrow.
他初心嘛做一下给到新疆了真着，但
他的属于
我给变得是吧。
However, His Holiness thinks there's nothing wrong if we continue a little further.
白毛人不出去呀，啥的我给变得是嘛。
Konza khanda tsagi mbare samre ne. Mujhe tha ale matsin chashawal kyawa ke mindu sumrwa tne konza gyam chare.
我给图书这边的是是吧？
Naren.
我提纲了，对了，多件季节给经过了用作，
So
也了3万多被经过了用作，用了可能定效给经过了用作。 저 또 지도를经过 세다 보다 가장 틀지도 그经过 세다 루스니 요래
düğün su imnon ko düğün la
Doji.
tene ye la
상원도
sawand
가지로
lore
요라 마주 걸로 뭐지
lolos jablo le ke dorwan.
지도
So now the guru is visualized in the center of the lotus, and now there are 4 petals. There are 4 petals on top. There are 4 petals. So on the front petal there is the assembly, the mandala of Yamantaka, and on the right petal, the right of the guru, the right petal there is the Guya Samaja, and on the left petal there is Chakrasambhara, and on the back petal there is He Vajra mandala, or sometimes we visualize in place of He Vajra the mandala of the 16 16-point Vajra, 16-point mandala of Kadam tradition. There is a specific mandala, that or He Vajra.
도지 지제의 파주 마주 니게 내 상황 인사 지대 샤버 상황도 봐 파주 장장 인사 예를 샤버 린저 마주 연을 샤버 지도야 마주를 연을 샤버로 수지요 나라스냐 랭게 온도잖아 린저 샤네 야고요.
So the Gosamaja Tantra is belongs to the Father Tantra, so it's placed on the right. Chakrasambhara, the Mother Tantra on the left, and the Yamantaka is the combined. It has the essence from both sides, from both Father and the Mother Tantra. It holds the essence of both, so it's placed in front.
답변마 배마 뭐지? 너가 지제게经过게经过 수용조 세마다는 다 그런 세도는 그래.
So if to visualize the whole mandala, if it's complicated, we visualize just the form of the deity, just one single deity, Yamantaka in this front, Gosamaja on the left, on the right, and so on.
经过用作세도는 经过让수수 토的呀 让수수觉别那么说呀扎卡萨你个叫都相对嘛扎卡萨세도 주리 经过用作세 마다 사让수수可都的呢嘛你了道经集结给来就道经集结来了他们一起看嘛来了他们这下都什么세도也上的呗对呢嘛道经给提了嘛就是相当都是就会按照不同我路주신 사라 하방 고불로 배면 바발로 제선 다와서 연락이 도스세다 이 딩조에서 가도 되라 아니야 딩조가 집에라마 스스 로나 제송 가르게 배 집에요 라지스 되세다 절로 지도로가 라지스세다 지도로 멤버지 가장 들리지도 있는 데일라지스세다네 다 냥래 제로 주지라마데 딩마버디 도스레 상통도
So we visualize those 4 different like deities of the 4 tantras around the guru, and so those lineage gurus that we have visualized before, the lineage gurus of the Yamantaka, Chakrasambhara, Gosamaja, He Vajra, actually they come down right above those deities. In each of their specific lineage of each tantra comes right down above those deities of those tantras. So, for example, in Gosamaj Tantra, start with the Vajradhara, then the Indra Bodhi, and so on. And Chakrasambhara, they are the Chakrasambhara with the Gandapada and so on, this Mahasiddhas, and also Yamantaka, and then the Lalit Vajra and so those deities, those lineage gurus, they come down right above those four deities.
지기도 자베 양게 나바제 샤다 제바 다나게 니제 주베 레방 셰사게 라마주바 라주 들라 자와도 창도 지선 자베 양네 마도 제베 자가 주신 수대요 말이.
So the line right above, straight above the guru, that is the line of the oral transmission, of the miraculous volume of the oral transmission, which is all in form of Manjushri. There is not any Indian masters or like that in there. Directly, there's a Vajradhara and then Manjushri, Amatsongkhapa and so on, all those masters, the close lineage, all in the form of Manjushri. That is right above, straight above the guru.
So
the first layer of the lotus is now complete, the four petals and everything is complete. And then on the next the layer of the lotus, then we visualize all the other Anuttara Tantric deities that we know, such as Hayagirva, Mahamaya, and Vajrayogini, and then Vajrapani, and so on. Whatever we know, any other Anuttara Tantric deities are placed on these next petals. Lord. Lavin.
Oh yeah. The Mazapani Tela, Yegedeg, Lameg Hachi. They were there, Jojo Hachi. Megishan Jaju Hachi. Chano Doji, Mamayore.
So the Vajrapani finds its place in many levels. There's a Vajrapani in Anuttara Tantric deities, there's a Vajrapani in the Charya Tantric deities, and Vajrapani also in the Kriya Tantric deities. This Vajrapani will appear in several times.
So
now the first four petals and the second layer, all those petals, they are all Anuttara Tantric deities, all Anuttara Tantric deities. And now the next, the third layer, right in the center there is Sawabhiya. The Sawabhidya, so this the deity is called in Tibetan Kundrik, that is in the center, that is Yoga Tantra, the deities of the Yoga Tantra. So there is the whole circle of all the deities of the Yoga Tantra, one circle around the Guru. And then and in the next layer there is the Charya Tantric deities, the deities of the Charya Tantra, with Vajra, Vajradhatishwara in the center, and then all other deities of the Charya Tantra. And then below that, the next layer, there is the deities of the Kriya Tantra, with the deity of the three Samaya, that is in the center, then surrounded by all the and then all the So in there, then Avalokiteshvara, the usual form of Avalokiteshvara, then green Tara, white Tara, Amitayus, then on and so on. Many of those usual deities, they are in the Kriya Tantra. So now there are those are the four levels, 4 layers of the lotus, where the deities of the 4 levels of the Tantra are sitting. And then on the 6th layer of the lotus, then in the center there is the Buddha Shakyamuni. And around there are Buddha Shakyamuni, and then all the Buddhas of the Kalpa, like the 35 Buddhas of the confession, or the 1,000 Buddhas of this Kalpa, you think that they are all there. And also the 8 Buddhas of medicine, they are all in that circle. So the principal deity is Buddha Shakyamuni. So those are the Buddhas of the Paramityana, and then in the next circle there is the Manjushri, the Bodhisattva Manjushri in the center. And then again comes Avalokiteshvara and Vajrapani, Chitigarbha, Sawa Nivarana Bikambini, Khagarbha, Maitreya, Samandavadra. So those are the 8 Bodhisattvas. Now this is the level of the Bodhisattvas. Then Jnana Guru, also Bodhisattva Jnana Guru. So there are many Bodhisattvas which appear in the sutras. All those Bodhisattvas are placed on that level. So that is the circle of the Bodhisattvas, in the appearance of Bodhisattvas. So then next circle there is the Shravakas and Pratyaka, great Arhats, such as the 16 great Arhats. And 16 great Arhats and the 12 Pratyaka, great Pratyaka Buddhas, and also the 8 the chief disciples of the Buddha, the great monks, the 8 chief disciples of the Buddha, and all those Shravakas and Pratyakas are placed there. So all those actually those Bodhisattvas as well as those Shravakas and Pratyakas that we visualize, they are in appearance of the Bodhisattvas and Pratyakas or Shravakas like that, but in reality they are all fully enlightened. There's no difference between them in their inner attainment. They are all fully enlightened. They are all Buddhas, but they are in the different appearance. Some as a Bodhisattvas, some as Arhats. And then in the next circle there are all the Dakas and Dakinis, or Viras or Virinis or Daka Dakinis. So they are like the 24 Viras of the 24 the places. The 24 places in the world. There are the 24 Viras such as Khandakambala, Kangala, Mahakangala, and so on. They are the 24 Viras. And then there are 4 types, 4 families of the Dakinis, such as Ratna Dakini, Buddha Dakini, Padma Dakini, and so on. There are many Dakinis there. So actually, the dakinis are countless. There are hundreds and thousands, millions of dakinis. But here we visualize some which are sort of we are acquainted with. Some dakinis. And then on the lowest the layer of the lotus, there is on those petals there are the dharma protectors, the guardians, dharma guardians. And the center is Mahakala. On the right side, Kalarupa. On the left side, Vaishravana. Then there are many different Mahakalas, like the 13 different manifestations of Mahakalas. And there is also a specific form of Mahakala which is called Kur. Then there are the four-faced Mahakalas and four-armed Mahakalas, and still another form of Mahakala, Mahakala riding on the tiger, and Mahakala Trakshe, and the female guardian, the protector, which is called Remati. All the protectors of Dharma which we visualize there are those protectors sort of beyond the samsara, who are the manifestations of the Buddhas, which are actually mentioned in the Tantras. And then the other spirits, like there are certain protectors that we sometimes that we worship, protectors in form of worldly spirits or worldly gods. Those are not placed there on that the lotus on that circle. They are only those protectors who are transcended the worldly level, who are in the form of protectors, but in nature the fully enlightened Buddhas. Only those are placed there. So So that is the meaning of the line here. In this way, O root Guru, are you nobly encircled by this ocean of figures assembled here now. No. So here the translation seems a bit strange here. No, the Guriya the Kensa Jiri Sanito. Ako Rimshin Lamai. San Mevna. I think maybe they have missed one verse here. Tidempan Shibdi. Tidempan Shibdi Danche, Kagor Rimshi, would you lama have that day? So here something is missing here. So Kagor Rimshi Muju Lama. So all around you, that means all around you, there are the root gurus and the lineage gurus, Mujulama, and the great assembly of the Yidams. So and so that means all the all the deities of the different tantras.
Sanje Jansen,
And then Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and Viras and Dakinis
Chujo Soma,
and protectors of the Dharma.
Korni Ju, Sada Tindiso.
So the translation is, you are seated by circled or by nobly encircled by the by the root gurus, by the root and the lineage gurus, and by the yidams or the deities, and the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Viras and Dakinis, and protectors of the Dharma. So that seemed to be missing here. So that is now the complete the assembly of the Guru. And then here it says, the body, speech and mind of each of those members are marked marked by the Om, Ah and Hum. So you should think that all these, the three places of all these deities and all the gurus are marked with Om, Ah, Hum. That is the symbol of Vajra, body, speech and mind. White Om, red Ah, and blue Hum in the chest. All these, they are. You think that each of them are marked with these three syllables. Then from the Hum, from the like the hook-like rays emanate from the Hum. So we should think that from each of these deities and from the chest of these deities and the gurus, rays of light, hook-like rays of light, go out in all directions, and they invite these rays of light, invite all the jnana sattva, wisdom being, for each of them, and from different directions, from all directions, Buddhas are invited, and they are absorbed into each of them. So here then, we would like to stop. So tomorrow he will teach the invitation and then prostration, offering, confession, rejoice, and those seven limb pujas, and then request for the blessing of the Guru, and receiving the four empowerments. If he can complete that tomorrow, then day after tomorrow will be enough time to finish the rest of the practice. But if however His Holiness says, he will extend the sessions a bit longer, so that we will complete it in this course. And also he will go as fast as he can. If you, when the sessions are long, if your knees bother you too much, you are free to stretch legs or do whatever exercise you need. And also you can change your position. You can take the chair and sit there and sit on the chair. You are free to do whatever you like. Devala, ane lame second number taba,
Jema.
So in the navel center of the Guru, the earth element of the Guru in the form of Janma, that is the consort of Vairocana, the Janma, which is white body. And in the heart center, the water element of the Guru's body in the form of Mamaki, blue form, the consort of Akshabhya.
Lamen Rembala, Lame Kuluge, may come to Mo, may come number Tabamo, Kugamo, Kudamamo.
And in the throat center, there is the Kurkarmo, the goddess with the white robe, which is in red color, or Kurkarmo. So that is the fire element, heat element.
Jizu Lame Jizu Laya, Lunge Kangu, Lungkang number Dabemo, Drama.
And on the crown of the head, there's a Tara, which is a Tara in green body, which is the purity of the air element of the Guru's body. So the four elements are in the forms of the four consorts of the Buddhas. And in the two eyes, the sense, the visual senses of the Guru in the form of the Bodhisattva Chittagarbha, white body, the two, one in each eye, white body, and all those deities are with three faces and 6 arms, like in Goya Samaja, all those deities, except they are different. And in the 2 ears, the sense of hearing, in the form of Vajrapani, blue body, in yellow body. There are 2 of them, one in each eye, in each ear. And the sense of smelling in the form of Bodhisattva Khagarbha or Akash Garbha or Khagarbha, right inside in the tip of the nose, in white body. And in the root of the tongue, the gustatory sense in the form of the Lokeshvara or Avalokiteshvara in red body. And in the heart, the sense of mind, the mental sense organ in the form of Manjushri, also in red body. And in the secret Vajra, or in the sexual organ of the Guru, Divanam Sirvan, Chidikarba, Savanivarana Bikambini. The Bodhisattva Savanivarana Bikambini, Swishikarim. Like in green body, Savanivarana Bikambini.
Lame Chitu, Luji Satan, Jube Muimbala, and Chambokundo Karbu.
And on the crown of the head, or the purity of the veins and the veins and the nerves of the Guru's body in the form of Maitreya in yellow color, in yellow body, in the crown of the head.
That see lama see sunja yore kuzuchi see mango yore see kango lo see re na le ya ane see ge ngotela
And then in all the joints of the Guru, all those, there are altogether 300 joints, major and minor joints in the body. So in all those places, there are Samandvadra. There are Samandvadra in Sushi Sevarvan, in yellow body, no, green body. They are in all the joints, although one can't visualize them. You think there is one Samandvadra in all of them. So the senses and the veins and nerves and the joints are in the form of the 8 bodhisattvas.
바보 니치 제동요를 부춘주인들의 지야돼. 그래서 강가 자종의 모임바 삼바마도 남발 그거 말해.
221. And so now there are the arhats, which are 21,000 arhats visualized in the pores of the which are in fact of the nature of the hairs on the body of the Guru. So they are visualized in arhats, but they are not a part of the actual mandala of the Guhya Samaja, but these are an additional visualization. It's not, they are not a part of the members of the Guhya Samaja mandala. And now the limbs, the 10 limbs. So in the right hand there is 10 limbs. In the 10 limbs there are the 10 guardians, or the wrathful guardians, the Mahakrodhas. So Yamantakrita is in the right hand. And and then the Pranjatati in the left hand. And a Hayagirva in the mouth. That is at the root of the tongue. And in the end of the sexual organ inside, there's Amrita Kundalini. And in the right shoulder, there's Achala. And in the left shoulder there's a Takiraja. In the right knee there is Niladanda. And in the left knee is Mahabala. And on the crown of the head there is Ushnisha Chakravarti. And in the two souls there are 2 Sumbaranjas. So those are the 10 Mahakrodhas. So altogether now there are 32 deities of the Guhya Samaja Mandala. They are all placed in the body of the Guru, the purity of the different parts of the Guru's body. Kamshi yumshi tenje da senam chanju sama dinna mindu
yala to omone oze mare pomanda de shenga kanji yumshi chije zo sen chaswa so so ngate tsil mendu ta mini ge na zo do jima.
So although they are not mentioned in the text, In the two eyes, there are still two more goddesses. That is the goddess of
단디 솔로 마시 안디 잉그레 미니라 사이니보 여비체 주도 좀 영영 편수 차니 최디요.
So there are the two goddesses, the goddesses of form in the two eyes, and the reason why it's not mentioned here is because those two goddesses are embracing with the two Chidigarbha, which is there, the two bodhisattvas which are there, which are the two Chidigarbhas, which are the visual senses, which was already there, and those two form goddesses are the consort of. So that's why they are not sort of mentioned here separately. However, we should visualize those two goddesses in the two eyes, which is the form. And in the ears, in place of the two Vajrapanis, they are also their consort, two goddesses. That's the goddess of sound. And also in the nose, in place of the Bodhisattva Khagarbha, his consort, there's goddess of smell. And in place of Avalukteshvara, in the root of the tongue, there is also his consort, the taste, the goddess of taste. And in the sexual organ, in the place of Savan Nivarana Bikambini, the Bodhisattva, his consort, the Vajra touch, the goddess of tactile sensation. It's also it's his consort. So that completes the five goddesses of five sense objects. And then, so that is the form, the body of the complete body of the Guru. And now from this body, the rays of light go out in all directions. And although you can't visualize like the guardians or the protectors, the deities in the end of those rays of the light, but if you think that those rays of the light are the protectors, in their nature are the protectors of Dharma, fulfilling the duty of the protectors of the Dharma, that is sufficient. So that completes the body mandala, or the body mandala of the Guru. So as here it says, your body aura radiates forth in the form of directional guardians. So here you can visualize at the end of the rays of light, there are like Dharma protector. You can visualize them all as a Vajrapani. Although there is a Vajrapani in his body, but still visualizing many Vajrapani at the end of these rays of light, because Vajrapani is the protector of the Dharma for all the Buddhas. Or you can visualize just rays of light of the nature of Vajrapani. And then the celestial gods and the gods of this world compared with you merely are props for your feet. What is props? Okay, supports of the feet, yes. So that means the celestial gods are the powerful gods of the samsara, such as Brahma, Changbaj, Indra,
Changju,
Vishnu, and the god of sun and moon, Ishvara, Ganesha, the god with the 6 faces. So all the powerful gods of the samsara are the support of the feet of the guru. So you don't need to visualize them in supporting the feet or anything like that. They do not need to visualize in their forms. Just that is to think in the mind that they are like the supports of the feet of the guru. In the Yamantaka, for example, under the feet of Yamantaka, there are the 8 like worldly gods. Brahma, Indra, so the Brahma, Indra, and the Bhairava and Vishnu, they are on the right, under the right feet of the Yamantaka, and the gods of sun and moon and the youth with 6 faces and Ganesha are under the left feet of Yamantaka. And under the feet of the Chakrasambhara, under the 2 feet of the Chakrasambhara, there is the Ishvara and his consort. So this shows the power of the overwhelming power of the Buddhas or the fully enlightened beings over all the most powerful, even the most powerful and proud, the gods of the samsara. That when a fully enlightened being appears, even the most powerful, the samsaric gods are completely overshadowed or overpowered, and they completely, like their pride is completely subdued. So here you don't need to visualize their particular forms. However, in one way of visualization, the Brahma and Indra are visualized on the on the same tree, on the flower, on the 2 sides, sort of respectfully, sitting in a respectful sort of position. So that is one way of visualization, but without that visualization is sufficient. And there's one way of visualizing where we visualize all the powerful, the gods of the samsara, supporting the throne, supporting the throne. That is one way. So that you can do it whatever suits your mind. So now the central figure, the guru is visualized, the root guru. the lineage gurus, and then also those gurus from whom we have received, other gurus from whom we have received received teaching, also must be visualized around the central figure.
So
from the heart of the guru, the central figure, Guru Lama Tsongkhapa, from his heart, 5 rays of light go out. So 2 fine rays of light go out, one on each side of the guru's body, going out in the space, which sort of spreads at the end. One rays of light go out from behind, and which goes upward. And one ray comes out straight from the front of the guru, from his heart, which goes out to the front.
So
on the right, on the end of the rays, on the right side, we should visualize all the lineage gurus of the vast teaching, the vast and profound teaching, the 2 aspects of the teaching. First, the vast teaching with the Maitreya, Buddha Maitreya in the center. And the Maitreya Buddha is surrounded by the Asanga and Vasubandhu, and Namdrel De, and his disciple Tsumpa Namdrel De. So and so on. There are a group of the group of gurus, lineage gurus, around Maitreya on the right side. On the left side, there at the end of the rays, there is another group with Manjushri at the center. So the right and left, when we speak right and left, is not our right and left, but the right and the left of the guru. So on the right, there is a Maitreya with Asanga and so on. There's a group of masters who carry the transmission of the vast aspect of the teaching of the Buddha. And on the left, there is another group with Manjushri. Manjushri and then Nagarjuna, Chandrakirti, and the Ribekuju, and still the junior Ribekuju. So there is a group. To name each of them will take very long time. However, there is a group of a guru who carries the lineage of the profound aspect of the teaching of the Buddha. And so both the lineage comes down to Atisha. Atisha is the holder of the both lineage. So he is found in both group, on the right group and also on the left group.
Jambayan, Jambak Mubunama, Jube, Manga Yunzo, Georgili.
Because Atisha has received all the transmissions, all the lineage teachings of the Dharma concerning the vast aspect of the teaching of Dharma from Maitreya. He has received them all from his Guru. And also he has received from his Gurus the profound lineage, the transmission of the profound the view from Manjushri Nagarjuna and so on. He has received them all completely in him. So after Atisha, then all the other Kadamba masters, they all are the carrier of the both lineage, where the true lineage, the vast aspect of the teaching and the profound aspect of the teaching are combined and united in one lineage. So therefore, with Atisha, below the Atisha, we should visualize all the Kadamba masters around him. Atisha and his principal disciple is Master Dom. Shadow.
Jumba Sigre, Keva Benditatsure, Chila, Dangaba Sigre, Keva Tezam Manayam, Tawas and Ringzire, Chila and Mangaba Sigre, Jajun Jachimbo Keva Manaya, Lame Manga, so Chen and Yasolane, Trubeco, and Tomushi Wonder, or to Suka Sung, which said, Dele, you know, Sangi.
So after Atisha, then there's the Dom, Master Dom, who is the chief disciple of the Atisha, and then after him, then they are like on both sides. They are on both sides, and then after them, they are like three lineage. The lineage of very extensive. That is the lineage of the Gurus who sort of emphasize very much on a very extensive study and a knowledge of the Dharma and integrating with the practice. And then there is another lineage of the Gurus, the Kadamba masters, who concentrate mainly on the practice of meditation with very concentrated concentrated teaching, teaching or instruction, or the oral transmission or oral instruction, and there's another lineage which is in between the two, and so those are like three groups of those lineage gurus. In three groups. Now, so those three groups are in both sides. And so all these three lineages from Atisha, which derived from Atisha through the great Kadamba masters, they are again combined in Lama Tsongkhapa. And then from Je Tsongkhapa until one's own personal guru from whom we have received that lineage, then we visualize them all in a big group on both sides. Lama Tsongkhapa is also on both sides, and then after him, his disciple Kedru Rinpoche, Tode Jamba Gyaltso, and so on, all the great masters, and up to one's present guru are visualized in a big circle, in a big group on both sides. So those are the guru, the groups, the two groups of the guru on the two sides. So they are all the from the starting from the Maitreya and Manjushri up to the guru of one's personal guru. So they are all the lineage gurus, and they are placed on both sides. And then the one rays goes upward from behind the guru, goes upward in the space, and this supports on that rays. There are 5 lines of the guru, lineage gurus. On the top, highest of all, is Vajradhara. In the center. Actually, those 5 lines, there are one in the center, then one in the front, one in the back, one on 2 sides. But it is impossible for an artist to paint one in front and one in back, so they have placed them all in row. Yes. So in the center line there is Vajradhara on the highest, on the top of all, and then Manjushri. Below him there's Manjushri, then Master Pao Dorje, and Jatongkapa, then his disciple, the great yogi Jambel Gyatso, and Kedub Rinpoche, then Jambel Gyatso, and Paso Church Gyaltsen, and the yogi Church Dorje, and yogi Losan Tundu, then Master Sanjay Ishi, and then the great Penchen Lama Losan Church Gyaltsen, who composed this text. So, and then from Penjin Losan Church Gyaltsen, then Penjin Losan Yeshe, and so then some 4 still further more great masters. They are different lineages. However, it all comes down, all the lineage, completely it comes down to the great Pabonga. So all those lineage gurus up to the great Pabonga, they are all they are different gurus, but they are all in identical forms. They are all in Manjushri. So there is a long line of Manjushris. So there are different gurus, but their form is Manjushri. They are all in Manjushri's form. So this is called the lineage of the close lineage of like a quick blessing.
The langue me be donga tsame to le ne yong su zo ba de jiao do xiang ge song ja ba de ma je ru mu chi lo song ne je me yang de.
Because this is it's called close lineage, because the Jetsongkapa has received most of his teachings on sutras and tantras and all the profound the points of the Dharma. He received the teaching directly from Manjushri himself.
So now
we begin the text, and it starts with the line which says Decheng Ngang Le Ranyi Lamalha. Is there an English translation of this? What I need is the English translation, not the Tibet.
We don't all have English.
Yeah, I need the English translation anyway. Thank you. So from the continuously great virtuous mind, That is not the one. The mathematics, the Janga, the what the Matu in the Laduna, the Laration. So, lawless. So here there is a two like different way of starting this the text. In some texts it begins with this verse, the verse 6, which is in the blissful state of Guru Deva, my body emits rays of pure light. It begins with this verse. Rinpoche has first recited that verse, but here it is the 6th verse, and it starts with the verse of the refuge, which says, from the continuously great virtuous mind, radiantly white, I am all mother sentient beings, and so on. So Rinpoche will, since this is in the translation, they have put this verse first, so Rinpoche will explain this first. So it says, from the continuously great virtuous mind, radiantly white, I and all mothers equal to the heavens. So when we say from the continuously great virtuous mind, radiant white, so this means now since you have received teaching of Lamrim, you have everything ready in yourself. All the like if you for preparing a tea, you have all the ingredients there. The tea is there, the sugar is there, milk is there, and so now you should bring those ingredients here, and when you practice. First we should. When we speak here, the great virtuous mind, this refers to the renunciation. First, we should generate a pure the state of renunciation, the ninjung or the renunciation towards all the sufferings of the samsara that all oneself and others in the samsara have experienced from beginningless time till now, in this the suffering, general sufferings and specific sufferings of the unfortunate realms and so on. We have gone through all the many sufferings, and also if one does not apply a method to bring an end to this cycle of samsara, it will also continue. It will continue in the same way in the future. This by meditating on that nature of the samsara, we should generate a pure renunciation. So here we should first visualize the field of refuge, like object of refuge, and before taking the refuge, one should visualize the object of refuge, like an assembly of the gurus and buddhas gathered above in the space. So here for the refuge, we visualize the guru not in the form of Lama Tsongkhapa, but in the form of Guru Shakyamuni. One's guru in the form of Shakyamuni in the center, surrounded by all the buddhas and bodhisattvas in a great assembly gathered above in the space as object of our refuge, and then we generate these virtuous states. So here again, the Guru Shakyamuni, who is the actual the master, the teacher of this dharma, and so therefore we visualize our personal guru in his form.
다 랑게 파마니 야연르자 탈라 수수기도 요부저부 동거 시험보다 메셴바 다나되는 메다 사당 로르루 등도 신전 무슨 인체 강걸로 베 메나바 제체는 랑게 탈나 시시 커요 사천들 여베 미바체 강걸로 계셔셔신 살로동생에 메랑게 나바신도 세.
And then around us we visualize our father on the right side, mother on the left, and then all other sentient beings, one's families, relatives and friends and enemies, and all sentient beings of the whole samsara, and of the all 6 realms, all in the form of human beings, sort of for easier for our mind to visualize. We all in the form of human beings, but experiencing their own sufferings and their own difficulties. So, so that great sort of a gathering of sentient beings sort of covers the whole earth around you. So we visualize that the vast, the gathering of sentient beings around you. And then we reflect on all those sentient beings and then generate a great compassion that all myself and all the sentient beings in the samsara, out of their ignorance and the cause of the delusion, the ignorance of the delusion, their mind, they have experienced so much sufferings of the samsara, difficult sufferings of the samsara, general sufferings, the specific sufferings of the samsara, from time immemorial in the past and also in the future, until one sort of brings an end to the cycle of the samsara. All the sentient beings, including oneself, will also go through, go on experiencing more sufferings. So this way one generates a great compassion towards all. So generation of the compassion towards all of them, and in the same time generation of the faith or confidence in the triple gem, in one's guru and triple gem, in trusting or trusting their abilities to bring about or to help us to bring about an end to the sufferings. So that we should generate, that faith in the triple gem we should generate, and also we should generate the bodhicitta, state of the mind for enlightenment. That bodhicitta which seeks the aspiration, the pure aspiration towards the full enlightenment state of Buddhahood for the benefit of sentient beings. We should generate that also in the mind. So for the benefit of all sentient beings, then we, to attain enlightenment, then we, as a means to achieve attain the state of enlightenment, then we are going for refuge in the triple gem, in the guru and triple gem. So here it says, from continuously great virtuous mind, radiantly white, this refers to all those different states of the mind we have generated, I and all mother sentient beings, equal to the heavens, from now until the Buddha stage, go for refuge to the guru and the triple gem. So this great virtuous mind, radiantly white, it refers to the state of mind. So we first generate is a virtuous state of mind, such as the compassion and the faith in the triple gem and the bodhicitta in the mind, and out of that very state of mind, then we together with all the sentient beings, then take refuge in the Guru and the Triple Gem. The Guru Triple Gem. So the refuge he does not need to explain again in length, because in Los Angeles he has already spoken quite in details about it. So there should be the combination of the faith and the confidence, devotion from our side toward the Guru and Guru and Triple Gem, and also from the side of the Guru, from the side of the Triple Gem, the great the compassion, the love, and affection, and a great sort of delightfulness towards us. And this sort of, it's important to think of this combination or this link that we have established with the Triple Gem, with the Guru. So now you have understood the meaning of that first verse. Now follows the words of the refuge. Namo Guru Bhai. Then Namo Buddhaya. Namo Dharmaya. So all this we are taking refuge in the Guru and the Buddha and Dharma. And also to the Sangha. So we recite this about 3 times. And so when you visualize the field of refuge, you visualize the Gurus and the Buddhas and the great Sangha, or the community of the assembly, the Bodhisattvas and so on, and we visualize the Dharma. When you say Namo Dharmaya, we visualize the Dharma, the teaching of the fully enlightened the Buddhas, the teaching containing in volumes. We visualize in between the Gurus and in between the deities, we visualize in the form of volumes, scriptures, the teaching of the Dharma. That's how we visualize it.
Lama Sanje Chu Bodhiti Chu Ginu Shanga Chujun Soma Pao Kardusure. Kanga Kulima de Zio Zetan Jeba Bone, Randa Sijan Tanjaka Jiu Nishu, Diri Jang, Jelo Shu, Tane Zumba Kunjo Sung Jiu, the Chu Sung Sambaji, Nakajide. So de Sungre, Jang Ju Chu Sung Sia, Jangu Miba Tire, Diri Jangbata, Jelo Jubata, Jiu to Chu Miba Sung Jagore.
So when we recite these 4 lines, Namo Guru, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, we are referring to this Guru in the center, the principal form of the Guru, and then to the Buddhas, all the gathering of the enlightened beings around, fully enlightened beings around, and then the Dharmaya, the teaching of the Buddhas visualized in the form of the volumes, and then to the Sangha that refers to all the great Bodhisattvas and Dharma protectors and Dakinis all around the Guru, referring to them, to the realized beings. So to the whole assembly, then we are taking refuge. And when you take the refuge, it is important that we jang. So this purifies by receiving the blessing of the Triple Gem, and it purifies all our negativities, obstacles within our mind, and we receive the blessing and all the powers and blessings of the Triple Gem in ourselves. And then we should also think that we have completely established ourselves under the guidance, under the protection of the Triple Gem. So those 3 principles are important. That's the 3 principles of the refuge: the purification, the receiving the blessing, and establishing oneself under the guidance the protection of the triple gem. After that is the generation of the bodhicitta. So that means for the benefit of all sentient beings, then as here it says, for the benefit of all my mother sentient being, I myself, Guru Deva, our Guru Deva will become. This is really awkward. I will become a Guru Deva.
So we are generating the bodhicitta to attain enlightenment. State of enlightenment or state of Guru Deva is the same. The Guru deity or the state of full enlightenment is the same for the sake of all sentient beings. And at the same time we are taking vow to establish all sentient beings, to lead all sentient beings to the same stage. So it says, and to the stage of Buddhahood supreme, I will completely. So now that first the verse is general bodhicitta, and after that there is now special generation of bodhicitta. We said for the benefit of all motherless beings, in this life I will quickly attain, or even quicker, the Adi Buddha or the state of Buddhahood, Guru Deva state of the mind. So that is a special generation of the special bodhicitta. So as Solomon said yesterday, that generally to attain the state of enlightenment, the bodhisattvas go through the three countless kalpas, go through all those practices. But by the skillful and powerful method of the Anuttara Tantra, we have the possibility to accomplish the same state of the enlightenment within our ordinary short span of life. And also there is a possibility through practice of such Guru Yoga, as taught by Lama Tsongkhapa, such practice of Guru Yoga like this, if through practicing sort of properly such very concentrated and such very like a powerful practice, there is even possibility to attain a state of enlightenment very quickly, even within 3 years or within a few years. So when we generate this kind of this kind of wish to attain the state of enlightenment very quickly, as here said, very quickly or even quicker, that is not for one's own sake. One should never sort of, if one wishes to attain enlightenment state as quickly as possible, because one is afraid of all the hardships of the long path. If one seeks that enlightenment, just being afraid of that, or being sort of lazy of all the
of all the bodhisattva conduct. Out of that, to get away from the trouble as soon as possible. If one seeks enlightenment, generate that motivation, that's incorrect motivation. So when we generate this motivation, we should be sort of fully prepared to go through any hardships and troubles, even for countless kalpas, whatever, but to leave the sentient beings in the state of suffering, and that one sort of can't wait. One can't wait for so long time, let the sentient beings still in such a great suffering. So therefore, we should seek the generate the motivation to accomplish the enlightenment as quickly as possible, not for one's own sake, but for the sake of the sentient beings. So the laziness, or the fear, or the laziness should not be the reason for practicing the Tantra or Vajrayana, because out of the Vajrayana it takes very long time and lots of trouble one has to go through. So therefore, to make everything the way much easier and to be free from all the difficulties and troubles, if one enters Vajrayana, that is completely wrong motivation of the practice of Vajrayana. So we should generally have the proper motivation to attain the state of enlightenment as quickly as possible for the sake of the sentient beings, for sort of quick liberation of the sentient beings from their suffering. For that purpose, then we are generating the wish or the aspiration for Adi Buddha, or state of enlightenment, or Guru Deva state, that is the state of enlightenment to achieve. So here after taking refuge and generation of the bodhicitta, then the field of merit should dissolve. There are many different ways of practicing, but it's better to let it dissolve in light, and then completely sort of would you explain that on mirror, if you make on the mirror, then that, how do you say, steam? The fog. Fog on the mirror, then it sort of gradually fades away from evaporates, yes, from not from the center, but it sort of goes fades away, gets smaller and smaller from the outside, and then finally disappear. Like that, the field of the merit, in the field of the refuge, then dissolve in light, and then gradually from outside begins to fade away till becomes empty. Oh yes, they start to fade away from outside, all dissolving into light, and all are absorbed into the Guru Shakti Muni in the center, and the Guru Shakti Muni then absorbed in ourselves. And then we, by absorption the Guru in ourselves, then we are transformed into Guru Shakti Muni. And then from the rays of light go out from our chest to spread over all sentient beings around you, and it purifies their sufferings and obstacles, and they are all transformed into Buddhas.
Sinje daja sanje la chone jiu puro do ganga urchi pino sanje ji shinkan susuna ya puro sumo sambar.
So they all are transformed into Buddha, and then like a bird, like many birds fly from one place. Like that, they all leave at once. They all leave in the different directions and go to the different abodes of the Buddha.
So
there are different methods of, this dissolving of the field of the refuge. But this method is the method which Rinpoche just gave us is it is one of those methods which is very good, very beneficial, and not so difficult to visualize. So we should stop here. Dharma. So abandoning Dharma includes also using the Dharma in the wrong way, and so using for business purpose, for one's own living, then selling the Dharma for one's own living, and so that is a very heavy, unwholesome karma. Even selling like one verse, 4 lines of the Dharma for one's own living, for one's own sake, is it is strong enough, like a cause to take rebirth for one kalpa in the sufferings of the hell realm. So even one verse, the 4 lines, is enough to cause us such a heavy consequence or a very great suffering. So there's needless to say one who sells a whole book or a whole teaching. So in Tibet, people consider those people who sell books and who just live by the living on their life by selling Dharma books and so on. They consider them very impure, very person with a very low and unwholesome kind of way of life, or impure way of life, very impure way of life, leading the life. And there are many people who even don't eat from such a person, or eat food from such a person. So one time such a person who sells Dharma, books and earns his life, is living, came to see the Master Pabongka and offered a package of cookies or something like that.
Lamado Changi Sundu Chila non Diga Sun, could have shadowed the Luju, no shaking Lu Shaja. Come on, Chin Sane, Yobuchi Laguna, Tipa, Sadun Truche, Sawal Malu, Tilma Saparakan Joshu Sune, Samajan and Bujo and Bugus is Kujalati, Bunya and Ruris, Tajan and Buchi Yomare Sunchatus, Saul Pechu.
And then he gave blessings to this person, and some advice and blessings to the person. And after that person left, then he didn't eat even a bit of this the cookies that that Dharma seller has brought to him, and he told his disciple to take the cookie and bury it somewhere, and also put salts and so on, so that no animals will eat, because animals also by eating a food which is made from selling the dharma is unwholesome. Even those who share in that food, even the animals. In the same way, the selling statues and so on, making business with the statues, with the Buddha rupas, the form of the Buddhas, is also an unwholesome way of leading the life. So you don't have this kind of problem. You are not sellers, but you are the buyers of the statues. You can buy a lot in India, in New Delhi, and so on. You can buy a lot of statues there. But still, there is one mistake. Even if we buy a statue with, for a good purpose, but there is still one mistake which people often does. They pay sort of more respect in an old statue than to a new one. And old statues, they pay more respect. They think it's more valuable, it's more precious than a statue which is just made. So when you receive the teaching of Lamrim, there are preparations like cleaning one's place, room, and then furnish the altar, set the altar, and all the sacred objects, the forms of the Buddha, and so on. That is one part of the preparation of the Lamrim, which you must have received. So therefore, when you set, for example, when you set an altar, then placing, sort of giving more importance to some old statue or some of very precious material, and then place somewhere in a corner or down below a statue which is just made of clay or something like that. This kind of discrimination in the representations of the Buddhas is wrong. It's a mistake. So if you have many figures or pictures like that, you should set them in this order. What is in the field of merit, like in Lamrim, and there is gurus and Buddhas, and then bodhisattvas and dhammapotas. There is an order, and in that, if you have lots of different figures, you set them in that order, regardless of the material values of the statues. In the same way, the scriptures and the text which contains the meaning of Dharma should also respect equally, actually more than the statues. Must be placed higher than the statues, above the statues. Usually, in Tibet, when someone, for example, points something in the book, one should not point it like with finger like this on the text. And one should sort of respectfully show the lines and whatever respectfully on the text, not sort of pointing to it like that.
카셰라 지 용비찰 줘야 지금 용비 다샤니 베레츠라 안에 러베고든데 러브르게 뒤쪽이라 그래.
And also there are some special like a stick which is tied to the string which covers the text, and with that then they point and students are taught like that. But now even among the Tibetans, when after they came to India, then this respect to the sacred text or to the text and so on, it has gone down a little bit.
장주 진보 통화고들에 대선 세 조장 주사요 말이야. 대만 가서는 요거 용도 출리님만 다바 추그래. 레드 건조 구셔 지금도 되게 관련 자르고 파공 소공 배차용공 취미바 취파공 소공 근데 구셔 제시는 면도 자가래 다 보면도.
And also this in India itself also this kind of respect to the sacred text and also the statues and so on has degenerated very much. His Holiness said that in Bodh Gaya, in the stupa, sometimes they wash the statues and so on, but he saw they are not doing it respectfully. Just they are climbing on, sitting on the shoulder of the Buddha, and then washing like if they are washing a cow or something like that. And so it's still this respectful manner. This sort of tradition, the respectful manner has degenerated very much, and also people walking over text and stepping on that, sitting on that, and all these things are also incorrect.
야가라 고란츠 로중 제약이 배체 대비도서 대무다가 대반도도 내일때 대강을 고수치 되기도.
I saw in India often the students when they go they take their book and they write and read it, but when they need sometimes they use it also like a cushion to sit on. So in the monasteries, the young monks there, in the Tibetan monks, the children, some of them also now losing this tradition of respecting the books and texts and so on. So sometimes instead of sort of pointing like this, they were pointing like this with their little finger on the text.
Today is Tona yani number le shua ga so de jangdu ba jangdu che de gu ji la an sanje ngo na ngan zin she tu gu yo ma re sanje ge sung no gu yo ma re sanje ti san ma du tu gu yo ma re sanje gu ngo je ya gu sung su de re sung ne de re sanje ine sanje chen yo ngo su ne de ma do sung ya yo ma re kan sung ja ba kan gan de yo re de gu che gu re.
So since you are all sincere practitioner of Dharma, you wish to practice Dharma as correctly as you can. So since we are taking refuge, we take refuge in the Triple Gem. So we should practice also all these external ways of respecting the Buddha Dharma Sangha as correctly as we can. So, since we don't have the karma at the moment to see a real form of the Buddha and appearance of the Buddha, is we don't have the opportunity, we have not the karma to see. So, the Buddhas are represented by the Buddha Rupas, these forms of the Buddha that. In forms of the statues, paintings, whatever represent the forms of the Buddha, it is like representatives of the Buddha. And also the Dharma, the inner Dharma, the attainment to Dharma, is represented by its external form of the teaching, in form of text and volumes and so on. So if one respects them as a real, as we respect real Dharma and real Buddha, then we receive the same benefit from it. So this way we should observe these precepts of the refuge.
Kusung to den sha le di sha yu na sho ge yan je che ba de pru chu cha ce de ji ne suna shi da chen bu sa ge.
Even at your own home, if you have a little altar or some sacred figures or statue, the books, whatever, you place them correctly in a respectable place, and every morning we should see it, we should look at it, and make offerings and look at it respectfully. That is by seeing this, that's the purpose of it, to see it, and from this we accumulate great merit.
Me nyalen chen khashi ge chabe lo gu du bi cha shen gu nu du se ya che ta bi cha gang lo yi ge re ne sang je ku ngo su ju du sam ba ru chi ali sang lu ji dang.
And actually when you read a dharma book, we should develop the attitude that each syllable is a Buddha.
Tenen de ngwa re su su zin do lo la yon tan de be ko de su su de ge yo re de sang je du su su chen jong sam ba me ba chen de ge yo re.
And also when you read a text, when you recite a text, you should think that all the syllables, they are actually the Buddhas, and when you read, in fact, it is the Buddhas by themselves speaking to us.
Tenen ji ge de rang ge be cha shen ya ge ke sang de yo ba. So this
way, if one reads the text, we accumulate great merit, and we accumulate the merit to give us the opportunity in the future actually to receive directly teachings from hundreds of and thousands of forms of the Buddhas. If you read the teachings of the Dharma in that way. So these are very basic, very important practices which we should not sort of neglect, and because refuge is the foundation of all, and all these practices offer our respects to the forms and to the teachings of Dharma. It's like a precept, it is like a practice in relation with expression of our practice of refuge, inner practice of refuge, which we should not neglect. And then we, on that basis, on such a basis, then we should take the teaching of the Lamrim, or this of Guru Puja. The Guru Puja is also a form of Lamrim. It's a higher form of Lamrim. It's a Lamrim in combined. It is a combined. It's a combination of Sutra and Tantra. It is a Lamrim where both the practice of Sutra and Tantra are combined, and therefore, for taking the commentary of the Guru Puja, one needs the initiations. One first take the initiation, and not just initiations of any like Kiriya Tantra, Charya Tantra, Yoga Tantra, but one must receive the initiation empowerment from the highest Tantra, Anuttara Tantra, and then we can receive the teaching, listen to the teaching of this commentary, and practice it.
But
actually, when one has received the complete, the teaching, the commentary of the Guru Puja, one must promise to practice Guru Puja daily. That is like a commitment usually.
다 온슈 차지 트리니 슈초레 냐는 저런 수인 줄을 제 너토는데 너마토는 니마 다바토마토네 아니 세준이가 드릴 소표도 치다 한 좋은좋아야 대부 정도라도 저도베 군조래 대고 야버지 성돈 진지를 켈레 제주고매.
However, His Holiness wouldn't like to make this an strict commitment for you, since you have some difficulty still to practice many sadhanas and so on. So, however, since you have the text of the Guru Puja, if you do it like twice a month on the 10th and the 25th of the lunar month, or whenever you have free time, and then if you can practice as frequently as possible the Guru Puja, that's very good, it's beneficial for you. And so on, you can practice on 10th and 25th, because there is also Tso offering, this which is one of the tantric precept, and offering of the feast, the offering of the feast to the assembly of gurus and so on, which is also a part of the Guru Puja. So if you can practice them as frequently as possible, is beneficial for you.
Lama chive chi shebe go de londe de ma lo shegi chesa shirang go de ni na la deng da deng shegi lo me da lo tu sama re ni ma mo yo ma zu se yo ma.
But actually when there is time, then this teaching of commentary on Guru Puja is given on the basis of this, the long commentary, and Guru must read all the line by line and then give the commentary. But that will take many weeks, so which will not go through all the word by word on this text. He will give the essential meanings of the Guru Puja. However, he will try to make it as complete as possible. However, he will because in this text there are also many quotations from sutras and tantras and so on. So to explain all those, to read all those, and to translate all those, that will be too complicated. And so therefore His Holiness will, for this time, he will put aside those things and stick to the main points. However, to begin in the proper way, he will read a little bit from the beginning of the text. So this Guru Puja, or it's called in Tibet Lama Chepa, the text which you have, the text of the Guru Puja is composed by the great Panchen, one of the great Panchen Lama, who is called Lobsang Chöj Gyaltsen.
Tā lūsāng chū yé zé yāba tēlā ngō lā kāyī tā, anī tēnē mā tsōng bē yī zhōng rāba chā lū chī tāng tā sū yā rī. Parū sū lā kāshī sā sōng tā ndē wā yā rāba, sā yā rāba tēnē yōngā tē yī sū rāba parū lā mī bā chē yā kī yī zhōng tā sō yā rī tē yī zhū mā rī ndē.
Dāmbā dēngā tī kī mā tā mā
tē yī sā ngā tsō dē chē ngā lē sā mā ndē mā khō rā tsū chū shā tō tē yī sā ndē mā tsāng tī yā rī, tā kā rī yā rī.
So, however, in the actual Tibetan text, at the beginning there are some descriptions of certain about this Guru Puja in the small letter, and before the beginning of the actual prayer there are some descriptions, and also in between the different parts of the practice there are some small letters. In those small letters there are some important things usually, like footnotes, and there are some description about the visualization and like this. However, in this translation, English translation, they have skipped out all those small letters and only translated and only put the main the prayer which we must recite. So, however, it is a complete Guru Puja. You can practice on this basis, but these little descriptions here and there are missing.
There is a lama chöba de nyalen cheya la toga lama chewa mare jagar ke khedu sama sanje shacha thoba majeba sama lo lama chöba nyalen cheya.
But actually this Guru Puja practice is not something the Guru offering or Guru meditation is not something which is started in Tibet or invented in Tibet. It is a common practice by all the great masters after the Buddha. All the great masters of the past in India and also in Tibet, all have gone through the same practice.
Tā nyālēn kī nē kāngā dhū nī bē yāgu chī chū rābu pā lāma tsui chāshī nā shēn kī lāma chūpa māmbuk bē lēchā tū nī bē ndur dhū chī kī mē ngā mā sāngwā mē bā chī tsūn dhū dhū nī wā tā bēnshā chū chī kī ndī rē.
So the great Panchen Lobsang Chöj Gyaltsen, he has composed this text by taking the essence of many other forms of Guru Puja, and he put it in this form, which is very complete, which is very concise. That all it has all the meaning of all the forms, different forms of the Guru Puja.
Tēlā nirā nōngā sōngā tāñchī jī nyēmbō ngā chōng jīwa nā jī shī shī jīwa kēchō dāma nā jī tōtāñ jī tī shī jīwa sōngā bā chīmbō tū jī jī chōng mā ngā chōchō dāma mā zāyā sē jī kā sū kēnē jī jīwa sāng jī sārā nyōwa nyōwa chībē tabu sāma lāma lā nē jī lō yō sū tū bē lāma nē jī nē kāng shē bā chā bē chū sō tā sāng jē bē tabu tī shē gu yō yā nyē sāng jē wā lā kē bā chā mē sōng gu tsō sā gu kēn jī rē ngā rā dzō.
So, in short, it is a method which leads us to a way which leads us to the state of enlightenment. In general, state of enlightenment, full enlightenment, is not sort of accomplished easily. One needs to accumulate great force of merit for even 3 countless aeons or kalpas. One must accumulate the merit for enlightenment.
장슈 유도 스미제 장슈 심바레 사소나 바로 쳔바 주고 냐렌 제고레 너 영어 보시고 냐렌 제고레 아니 대리나 초사네 배 짐바 땅고를 수진 송고레 나자게 덤바 샤자 도발 샤자 더마 두제도 마람 수지바레 마도 얘네 체크해요 말이면 마술에 도제 더마 녀베된 두제가 인서. Having
generated the bodhicitta, then one has to go through all the stages of the bodhisattvas, all the bhumis of the bodhisattvas, by practicing and accomplishing all the perfections and all the paramitas, all the different paramitas, different perfections of the bodhisattva, completing all the conducts of the bodhisattva, and then as a result of that one attains the state of full enlightenment. So even the fully enlightened Shakyamuni, at first he was also like ourselves, an individual who is no difference to ourselves, but he has generated the bodhicitta, and when he generated bodhicitta, he was in a much more in an unfortunate state than we are. He has generated his first bodhicitta in the hell realms.
다자게 또 만여에 신단제베 제도 총도 녀와나라 총도 투제 세야데 장슈주도 장슈 생원에 제여 말이.
So tension to win
장슈 심 뭐만 제여 말이. 주니지 총벌.
So although usually we say that the fully enlightened Buddha Shakyamuni generated bodhicitta, generated his mind when he was a hell being, but that is not real generation of bodhicitta, but that is the beginning of the great compassion. That is where bodhicitta started. Like the most like important cause of the bodhicitta is generated in that state.
Nyawa nala chasiga sajitol sakanga cha member de mabu. Tegola shinda kolo jagi kolore. Jata dayore. Tegola nyewe shenji jibu de ne lekenji de toajike. Shinda jata tenne trekende dajaga dama sajito jigre. Si robaji kunini ge jata tregure. Rusan ja sabure. Le jata sabure. Yabu tre mato shin toashi gurungola. Nijiro bzana 다 용식으로 녀외 레켄드랑 레그 그거 인자 레겐 대부 정부 녀원 동에마도 야마다 되게 동원이 봐 드레스 제고고요 야마 제주네.
So so fully enlightened Shakyamuni has incarnated in the hell realm, and he was in that great sufferings of the hell realm, in one of the hot realms of the hell. And where he and another sentient being together were like pulling a cart, you call it? Pulling a cart, and on which a very fearful like hell guardians were sitting and always beating and causing a great suffering. And like we have no mercy, like torturing, no mercy. No, of course, these hell guardians, they have no mercy because they are karmic. That is like a karmic it's appearance of their karmic imprint. So there's no such thing as mercy, and like that, it is like creation of individual unwholesome karma. So both those sentient beings, and the one who is the incarnation of the previous incarnation of the Buddha, and another sentient being together going through this great suffering.
Together
with translation.
It's
translated in Hindi, not in English.
자가기 개바 침부도 소요래 도와요래 개바선의 시작이 개배 연된 침부깔래 망고제 베면시질래 내가 침부쟁이랬어 근데 레디네 저런 수들레베 고이셔부터 지구로 시부 매봐 베 근데 제신 아니 베 장랑바루게 신나신 전에는 뇽뇽 해야 돼 나줄로로 보부지랑 연구면도 가서 베벨로스를 개발라 지구로 시작 쇼고레스 근데 가나요래
개바
자가 개버스 어디비 개버요라 개버 침부 깔래지 그 개버 진레스 두슬레베 진조로 지다 지 도당도 시다 명예 아니베 장라버루기 치노신 전에 제신게 대야부 면도 숨버리
자가를 쏠 숨버원
어디지 마숨 자가
lawless. So His Holiness Dalai Lama, they said at that time that he praised very much all those scholars, the Sanskrit scholars and so on, Indians. And he said they are very qualified scholars, and they have worked very hard. Their life energy in their studies, and they are very respectable people. But the students and people there needs to more respect to these scholars, and if we neglect them or abuse them, or don't respect their knowledge and their qualification, and then it's like it's a behavior of the dogs on the street.
안제메게 그데스 주리샤와이나 케바츠베 연된 첨부 꿀레 시라제요레디 인내 장랑보르기 치장 지버리 시드 치시시레 세야지 구주샤버레
So, but the translator made a great mistake, and he translated that although the scholars, they are highly qualified, they have worked very hard, and they have worked very hard, and they have spent all their life and energy in it, and they are very qualified, very learned, but they don't need to be proud about this, and because we are all like the dogs on the street, that when one dies, then there's no difference.
아니 자가기 개발도서 배 할래는 자공한테 치는지봐 배 장난 버르고 치던지봐 시도에 치시시를 송주 자고 근데 더도 싸면이 건서 배 어려워요 배 양재치 진짜
And it naturally shocked all the scholars very much, because they didn't expect His Holiness to compare them with the dogs on the street, and it was very disturbing.
되는 건도 건도 개박하시게 되는 송 요즘 말에 다 벽에 향해 개박지 벽에 야구지 유로 동해지랑서 그게 쭉샤봐 여러분 지송 벽에 그런 도지 있다고 그랬어. 되게 줘야든 자백이 계속 고도서 너를 인식을 세양주 벽에 그리고 동주저자 민 개박을 친다고 가네 이마 친나서 지주요 말에 지고 쇼고래 배연된 침보래 야고래 꿀래 정요를 제바진게 메르스 두 송요 이 말에.
And then after this became rather sort of worry for the people there, and so finally then they thought it must be some mistake of the translators, and then they finally checked in the recording, and then His Holiness Dalai Lama, he didn't say anything like that. He said, as he said before, that all these scholars, all the Pandits, the scholars, they are all very respectable people, because they deserve great respect to them, because they have worked very hard all their life, and they have gained a very good understanding and have great knowledge. They have acquired great knowledge, great understanding, so therefore everyone should have not only sort of make use of their knowledge, but also have some respect and sympathy and respect to them. And if we don't do that, then it would be like our behavior would be like the dogs on the street. And he compared in that way, not to compare this Pandits or the scholars. So the misunderstanding is so therefore there can occur many mistakes like that when a teaching is translated from one language to another. And also usually when gurus give teachings, or generally a guru gives teachings of Dharma, they wouldn't speak, the teachers, the authentic teachers would not speak very much of the Tantra, because in the audience there are a lot of people who are not initiated or not receive the proper empowerment, so therefore they don't speak usually. When they speak about Dharma, they put away the tantric, the terms and the meanings, the teachings. So one time His Holiness, when he was still principal of the institute in Varanasi, he had a little room, like a little office beside the school, where he can work quietly. And one time then this translator, the Ladakh Jampel, brought somebody, a foreigner, to him for some teachings of Dharma. And also
비셔 셔도 지도 아니 저런 셔야디 최셔 거르베스 남배 최지신 거르베스 레사.
And the person wanted to record it, put the microphone on the table, and His Holiness asked what should he talk about, and he said about something about Buddhism.
국계 싶으신 말은 아예 계신 말. 다 저가면도 저런 레디 처래 암조다 내 가진 저거야 말에. 안 되나 셔고레스. 안에 걸 처음에다 봐 내 송구동에 저분주 랜데 그에 동에 드셔버려.
And then
코란술 순술다 다버리시 송구도와 라마강가 송구도와 어디 셔버려.
Then His Holiness gave all the basic the points of the Dharma, such as the recognition of human rebirth, impermanence, about sufferings of the samsara, and the law of cause and effect, refuge, and so on.
근데 용종지라 그 정주뜻다 레디시라랑 또 나면 봐체 차나도 지금 유시로 지상하다.
And then it somehow didn't seem to the person doesn't seem to be very much interested in what His Holiness was speaking. And then after some time, then he asked, he wants teaching on the Tantra of Vajrapani.
다 주디시하고 존나 유응어지 파세레 네게 다그 두바 두지나 세야데 예엄세 이기지요레 에당엄니요레 델라바트니 이기 지주기 시야바지 시라그서 뭐 등아 신금에 야고 아니 저를 펜토고 말에 메토야데 가르에스나 저랑 온슈면도 온슈마뇽을 주시에나는 저랑 냐와는 누구래 나이 냐와는 누구래 고야데 롱디레스 노창게 라마 로마 손바데 메세 냐와 냐바 누세야 롱지요레 라마 로마 냥주 누구 그랬어야지 양 왜 녀외 메자도에 표신데 세야지 롱드 가셔요 내가 롱니 소지도 되나마 주 벽에지 대처럼 생애지다게 밖에 가르스 그래 준도 소지어요 대코티 준 된래 마주 또 양아가고 심부자죠.
And then His Holiness stopped his talk. He didn't speak further, and he told him that the tantras are very difficult to explain. First, the meaning is so profound. Even just usually tantras begin, like sutras or tantras, they begin. Thus I have heard at one time this and that, and it's in Sanskrit it's eva maya, and that's how things start. Thus I have heard. But in tantra, each syllable has a very beside its meaning, the literal meaning. Each syllable, eva maya, and so on, has a very profound meaning. Can be explained in with a very broad meaning and very profound meaning. Evam, it means thus. It literally means thus. But e and vam, these two syllables, has a very profound meaning. In tantra, they are all the words of the tantra has many levels of meaning, going deeper and deeper. So it is very difficult. His Holiness told him that he can't even explain properly. Can't explain. He's incapable of even explaining the words evam, thus, the beginning of the tantra. And so it is out of question to expect him teach the tantra of the Vajrapani or whatever. And also he told him that he isn't initiated. He isn't. He hasn't received any empowerment. So teaching, speaking, one speaking and one listening to such a talk would be a direct cause for both of them to go directly in the hell realms. And His Holiness didn't want to become one of the woods in the fire of the hell. And His Holiness has actually quoted some lines from the actual tantra that teaching the tantra to the uninitiated is a cause for both the disciple and the guru to take rebirth in the hell realms and to become actually a fuel, a wood for the fire of the of the hell. So His Holiness said, I didn't want to become that, and so therefore, so he has recorded all those things, and also the quotation from the Tantra, and he told him just now, you take this tape back and then ask for somebody who can actually explain what he meant, and then if you still then want you have some question, you can come back. And then the person left, and fortunately he never returned. And he also he said he has recorded all this. He said, even if you are interested to go to the hell, but His Holiness never wants to go there, and that's what he has also said. It's also recorded. And then the man never returned.
Today, young some book you do not pick a day, do you? Tada so let you may do so good muchi. Gigi gets a chida kobe, Jingo chida gets a to do. I call only show you about streamer mendo young. And your current dongo carried sangu your cheva, the man Gigi won't you sa. And children Gigi won't which run Gigi the Canadian going in Ahamogo. And a quick chat to me to go to site. Gigi Charlie had to. Minta Yoro, Minta about the Zundu to Karichi, a Canadian Hessa, made the Bandunda down. You want to put Balasia was the name of this. And Kashi share model, should I share my reply about the nudity? And the share with you, Ali on should go to Orange, should Lama Chair Chisala. And as a young winner, and that's a little nature, and Johnny Sugar Cheva in back. Don't call Rujula, the other pastor Mason Lemason.
And also, there was another scholar, a tall guy, who also came to His Holiness and asked for some explanation on Yamantaka. He told he is a Yamantaka specialist, and he's a sort of professor, somebody who makes research on Yamantaka, spends time in Yamantaka. And His Holiness said if he had received the initiation. He said, no, I haven't received any initiation, but my the subject that is Yamantaka, and I study about it, think about it, analyze about it, and he's a specialist Yamantaka. That's all what he does. And His Holiness said, then in that case you have great help to him. But he wanted very much to know the shapes of all these implements which Yamantaka holds in his hand. So there His Holiness gave him some idea how they look like and how the shapes of those implements. And beside that, he couldn't help him very much. And so His Holiness told him, if he really wants to become a real specialist of Yamantaka, first of all, he should receive the initiation, the proper empowerments of Yamantaka. So he sent him away, and then he doesn't know what happened to him after, whether he has taken the initiation, but he never returned to him, never came back to him. Then again, there was another person who came to His Holiness and asked for meditation. And he said he is a meditator already, and he wants to know something about meditation, advise some teaching on meditation from His Holiness. And then His Holiness is very happy to hear that he is a meditator, and he asked what sort of meditation he practices. Then first His Holiness thought maybe some meditation on Four Noble Truths or something like that, or impermanence or something like that, or any other something authentic, in a correct way. However, the person told, I am meditating on Om Taritu Tariture Swaha. And first His Holiness thought maybe he is reciting the Taritu Tariture Swaha. He said, no, I'm meditating on the Taritu Tariture Swaha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Swaha, and all around him. And then His Holiness couldn't help very much, because this is very special practice he is doing, quite foreign to His Holiness. And so he asked who taught him that method, and he said he had a very special guru who gave him that method. So His Holiness sent him back to his guru, and then if you because here we have many lamas, and here there they had many lamas, but none of them would be able to help him in this particular method. So he told him to go again to the guru who has given him this method, and then clarify, have it clear.
So the
reason why His Holiness, instead of beginning the teaching of the Guru Puja, spending the time this morning telling stories, is that His Holiness wishes that when you practice Dharma, to practice it properly, and properly in the right manner, in the right way, in an accurate way. That is very necessary. That's why he is explaining this to us. So therefore, for making notes or making booklets and pamphlets like that from the teaching, from the notes of Dharma, one has to be very careful, because after if there are mistakes, then these mistakes spread and go on spreading more and more, and brings not only confusion to the practitioners, whoever reads it, but also it brings also many contradictions, also many blames on the guru, on the teaching, on the method, and so on. So therefore, one has to be very careful to make the notes of Dhamma and to publish and so on. Before one does it, must have it checked thoroughly by someone who is qualified, who is capable of doing it, and then if one put it into use of others, then it will be correct and it will be beneficial. And then a very heavy unwholesome karma that many people accumulate nowadays is by using the Dharma for commercial purpose, for business, for one's own sake, for one's own living, for one's own sake. And even their books are written correctly, but still then using it for one's own benefit, and for like a business, like in ordinary things, and make completely wrong use of Dharma. And although one can be very successful in such a business of selling Dharma or selling the Dharma, because people have great interest or curiosity or interest in the Dharma, so everyone buys the books and so on. One can be very successful, but for the individual oneself, this can be a cause of very. This is an a cause of heavy consequence and unwholesome karma. So one should be very careful about using the Dharma in the right way.
Pecha zona sawa ina de nala pena picha na chi ji la shuga chi sure chi ji yo ba chi zona ne nyawa ne kya ba chi de gore ta de kya ba chu chaya de ne jin ji den cha sar da ta ju ji sin jen cha yong de ye sam chang ri ge ne so la yong bo chang ba de jiwa le gore 단도 신경 요마로 신경 알아서 강가로 녀와 있는 지든지 강신다 그 녀와는 배 강가 파 진로마도 니 동버리 다 이제는 기초 지원에는 창리라 다 청바지 용 청바 동시 역한데
So when like our world first comes to existence through its natural process of different elements, then first it is without any sentient being, no sentient beings of any kind, of any kinds on it. But then first the being which starts is in the Brahma realm, in the realm of the Brahma, that is one of the Rupa Dhatus.
Tene be lumatena changri hachi tene ma shigi lan debe hachi tene ma shin mele ji yongre meshin ne donu ma chin rugre ya socha maru ne be an donu ma ida nyawal ji nyawa ge nyakhan je ge me ge shama name na la da nyawa ba ji sona tidu cha char ke ba cha char.
So then gradually all the realms of the Brahma realms of the Rupa Dhatu, and then other realms of the gods, such as the gods of the desire, and then human beings, animals, and various other the pretas, and other types of the other. Still, there are many other types of the sentient beings. They all start gradually by their own karma incarnate from other worlds and so on. They incarnate here, and then when Narme, that is one of the hell realm, when the first sentient being is incarnated in that realm of the hell, then a complete construction of the world is complete.
다 차사네 마 지병고 마주바데 여rin 통제 지차네 지병고 주네 지차야 마제바도 여rin 통제 지차 동바전 소차병고 마주바 여rin 통제네.
So from the start of the world, first from the start of the energy gathering of the energy until the first sentient being incarnating in the Narme, in this particular realm of the hell, that period is the generating stage, and then from that moment until until it begins to degenerate again, that period is abiding period, and then from the first stage of the degenerating process till it's completely destroyed, disintegrated completely, that is the degenerating process. All these three stages, the starting, abiding, and the ending, are the same length. The duration of these three, they are same length. So the life of the sentient beings, life of the human beings in this in the world is also changes and ups and downs, and there are periods when the human beings live. So, for example, when the first sentient beings take birth in the hell realm, the human lifespan is about 80,000 years. And then again, it sort of degenerates and gets shorter and shorter, and we are at the present in the period of living up to 67 years old. And it still will degenerate until till the human beings live maximum about 10 years. As the time degenerates, also there will be more and more sufferings, such as the sufferings of conflicting each other and the sufferings of fighting and destroying each other. These would go on increasing, and when the human beings are degenerated very much to say about 10 years old, then they spend all their time fighting. And there's a period for one week they will have a great fighting, and that most of the human beings will be destroyed. Then again, the human beings they will learn again a good lesson from it, and then they begin to improve themselves by abandoning the hatred and this kind of behavior. And by seeing the rareness of the human people, then their great friendship and feeling of the brotherhood would develop among the human beings, and they live in peacefully and harmoniously. And as a result of that, again their life will also improve, and until the appearance of the Buddha Maitreya. So then again the lifespans of the human beings again increase, and when it is increased about 80 years or 80,000 years old, then Maitreya Buddha appears at that time. So then many Buddhas like that would appear from time to time, like Buddha appeared in our time. So like that, Maitreya Buddha and many other Buddhas will appear, and the human lifespan of the human beings will go up and down and up and down, or 80,000, then 10, then 80,000, 10, like this 19 times. So and then again starts the disintegrating process, and so finally this ends with fire. And so the process of the developing or the generation, and then abiding, and then process of the disintegration, then process of being empty, all these periods are of the same length. So that is one kalpa, and like this the bodhisattvas, for during 3 countless such kalpas, they accumulate the merit and complete their bodhisattva perfections or the practices. So So Buddha Shakyamuni as a bodhisattva for 3 countless such kalpas have completed all the bodhisattva practices and paramitas. And one time he incarnated himself as a human being when the Buddha Rinchen Nyingpo Ratna Hridaya was present. So it's Rinchen Nyingpo or another Buddha. It's not completely sure. However, the Buddha Shakyamuni as a bodhisattva has taken incarnation as a human being at the time of that Buddha, and he generating a great devotion, great faith in that Buddha. Then he recited one praise, one verse, just one verse, one line of praise, and he was to praise the Buddha, and he was reciting for 1 week without any stop. He standing on one leg and then going around the Buddha with the place of the Buddha, reciting this praise of the Buddha, and he circumambulated around the place of the Buddha for 1 week, standing on walking on one leg. So that practice, that sort of hard practice, as practiced for 1 week, has during that he completed the merit of 90 kalpas. So Tandeti keba gupchu di that's my nyur chimbarman. So by this, then Buddha Shakyamuni's period of accumulation of merit is a little bit less than 90 kalpas, less than 3 countless kalpas. And so however, the teaching of the Tantra, the teaching of the Tantra, or the practice of Tantra is very rare. That from the start of this kalpa until now, no Buddhas have ever taught. Although few Buddhas have appeared, but none of them have taught the teaching of Tantra. Only this is the first Buddha Shakyamuni who propagated this teaching. So that Rinchen Nyingpo Rinpoche wasn't sure whether that Buddha was Rinchen Nyingpo. That was a mistake. It was not Rinchen Nyingpo. Now, there is a book, the sutra, which is called Sadharma Pundarika Sutra. It's available, I think it's translated in English also.
Then all Sanjay Shajatuba two Chesati Sanjay Richenhibu Kundula, Jebu Lumbu Transit Duke two chair, Transit Dun to Shajatuba, Transit Duke, T two chair lote, the Tanjipemaka Soyori.
Tandeti,
the two chair which is saying,
Kambachi.
Or did Mare? Nakamachi Susa the Richenhibu Mare. Made an order. Richenhibu the Kagare. Tanjipemaka two chairs.
No. So Rinchen Nyingpo, this Buddha which has made a mistake, is not that Buddha where the Buddha with Shakyamuni walked on one leg, circumambulated around, but this is the Buddha in front of whom he has generated the bodhicitta, which appears in the event is well recorded in the Sadharma Pundarika Sutra. If you read the Sadharma Pundarika Sutra, there it explains how Buddha generated his bodhicitta in front of a Buddha who is called Rinchen Nyingpo, the Ratna Hridaya.
Rinchen Nyingpo Kundula tu Cheken Dajaga Tumba Shacha Tuba to do Jevuchi Lumbu Transit Jasu do sing dire. The Tanshu Pema Kabani Sheludre, Sanjay Shacha Tuba and Dagi, Zakengi Bugu tu Jere Seate, Dodikazon Suyatire. Kunjing Handire, Sanjay Richon, two Tamabuche.
So So at that time, Buddha, Shakyamuni was a minister. He was a minister to a king of a country, and so in that life, he has generated bodhicitta in front of this Buddha, who's called Rinchen Yingpo Ratna Hridaya. It was one time. Actually, he generated bodhicitta many times in front of many great Buddhas. And for example, His Holiness has said that when he was the son of the potter, at that time he generated again in front of the Mahashakyamuni Buddha. That was one time, which is recorded in the sutra of the which is called the Fortunate Kalpa. It's a sutra, and there it's recorded. And now this other event is recorded in the sutra of Sadharma Pundarika.
Sanjay so sadhu jemba tsutin la paru chimba tru alla la de jemba la uche de jemba toja ba de mudi chegi yamari.
So Bodhisattva has completed all these, has gone through all this practice of paramitas, perfecting the paramita giving and shila and so on, and even just the giving, just giving his own heads, has done it for hundreds and thousands of times.
Kulu jembatong chekache kume jembatong jabayo zato chungyo kuso jembatong gobazogo ya mambu chungyo.
And the giving parts of his body, the upper parts, the lower parts, and like this, to different for the benefit of sentient beings, and sacrifice his own lives is countless. It happens so many times in the life of the Bodhisattva, in the previous lives of the Buddha Shakyamuni.
So
when we hear about these great deeds of the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, then it can be sometimes very discouraging. That's quite beyond our hope and beyond our ability. We would never be able to do that.
So
actually it sounds, in one way, it sounds very long and very hard work. But actually, even if we have to give or cut our heads hundreds and thousands of times, but it is still worth doing, because it is for a very great cause. That's to attain state of full enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. And it isn't so much compared to the kind of compared to the lives that we have given in the samsara, and for in many ways, and gone through the hell given of our life, and our body has been cut into pieces and burned and so on in realms of the hell, preta, animal, human beings, so many times anyway. And so compared with that number of sacrifice of the Bodhisattva is very little.
So
but at the present, we are very fortunate to have come in contact with the very powerful method of attaining the state of full enlightenment in a very quick way, and without going through all the great hardships of sacrificing like this for countless kalpas and like that, like many other bodhisattvas have done or doing. And so by this method of the tantra, and one has the possibility, if one practices it properly and sincerely, put all one's energy, effort in it, it can help us. We have the possibility to attain state of full enlightenment, even in this very short span of life. And even if we can't accomplish the whole path in this life, if one remains faithful to the practice and continues with one's maximum effort then in few lifetimes, 3-4 lifetimes, we will definitely accomplish the goal. So this is a very wonderful method, and so such a powerful method, practice of Tantra, it all based on the practice of the Guru Yoga, the practice of the Guru devotion. That is the root of the path. That's why the teaching of Guru Puja is so important to us. So anyway, now we stop here for this morning, and we have actually 30 minutes more. We have already have passed. Maybe it is a loss, maybe it's a profit. It's difficult to say. Maybe it's a loss because you have suffered maybe from the pains in the knees. Maybe it's a great profit because 30 minutes is not wasted, but it is spent in the Dharma, listening to the teaching of Dharma. So maybe it is more of a profit than a loss.
Chonam la chanjo bado dani jaso je adage de gradive sanam je sanje lo barajo sanje chodan soje chonam la chanjo bado dani jaso je adage chishe jibe sanam je ando la penje sanje lo barajo Chedan soje chonam la chanjo bardo dani jaso je adage chishe jibe sanam je ando la penje sanje lo barajo Ladang ala me me da me amji ombo dang jia jin la su ju ju la jia jia ban sanje song wa zhe do xi xin de ji ho ju ban de da xie xie da bei chun ye chen nan de xi la ye ge da lo dang ne jin ge zhu hong da da mi ge na da lo gun jie zha nan ji zan ba tang jie ge do da bi chu de do 마시제 타마치 주든도 저베 상제지 고군 도바자 대체도 담배 주 넘바다 봤으면 냠베 공동체 전반에서 대선바라쇼.
So we should listen to this teaching of the Dharma with the generation of bodhicitta, with pure motivation to attain fully enlightenment state of Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings.
세제 주는 다른 사람라마 주베 오늘은 티 제바 가진기 티인지 돌봐 지 teaching 부주제.
So the teaching of Dharma that we are going to receive today is a commentary on the practice of Guru Puja based on this great commentary by the Master Yeshe Gyaltsen.
Lama Chibi Tri Shedang de Lamrin Re Lama Chibi Kangine Re Shoge Juchu Chida Tong Lamrin La Duma Chita Yori Lama Chiba La Yang Dire Shoge Mende Pursan Chachin Junde Donggo Re.
So actually when we receive the commentary or teaching on Lamrim or Lama Chepa or this Guru Puja, first we everybody together to practice, for example, for Lamrim, practice of Jorche, this Jorche preparation practice of the Lamrim Puja or the Lamrim prayer must be done before the teaching, and for a Lama Chepa we must recite for the prayer to the lineage gurus of the Mahamudra.
Lama Chepa Chi in a Shogaya, the Shinya Song Dobaja, Kanga Sayon du, and Menjepu, Menjeba Pugua, Menjetatong, Stanguri.
So, for Guru Puja, the teaching of Guru Puja, first everybody recites the Heart Sutra as we have done today, and then to clear away the interference, the clapping of the hands and so on, all this is done, and after that long mandala offering is offered with long chant.
Mende de Songzang de Gare. This Chachin Junde, Lamen Guguya, Debu Shibuji, Kuran Tachi, Titunuri.
So after the long mandala offering, as we have done today, then the Guru starts the chant of prayer to the lineage gurus of Mahamudra. So with the chanting, and it takes very long time.
Almost
the preparation, the prayers takes about an hour before the teaching. And then commentary, there are three ways of giving the commentary. Explanatory commentary, then there's a commentary by experience, and a commentary for the practice, for meditation commentary on the meditative practice, or explanatory commentary and commentary experience.
The children of dead, me by Jaya, me go retreat, you show it. Trees on the shadow gum, Medepu gum, the Nano Jula magic about the bear, Yangula Mego to Jagun, Tree Sugunary, or me go Jibutma, teacher Nano Jula just on the tree, my Bogu Bogu Chene, Shetangoni, trees hard to do, Toba and Halambe, Yazed, Juliji Yungendo, Tenesit.
The experience, the commentary on the commentary Nyongti. Nyongti is commentary by experience. So this is the way. So this is given. This way of commentary is not given all the commentary of the whole practice in one sort of a course, or in one session, or in one course of the teaching. Rather, the different points, all the points in the teaching is given. First one point, then the disciple goes away and practice it and meditate on it, practice it and gain some realization of it, and then come to the Guru and report the experience, and then give the next teaching, point on the next teaching, and the Guru, again the disciple leaves and practice for some time until one gains some experience of this. And this way the teaching is commentary is given. This takes, of course, a very long time, but this is most precise way of giving the commentary, because by the end of the commentary also the realization of the disciple has already reached quite high. So that is one way of giving the commentary.
자장 최진년 속에 티네 대지는 냠체도 쇼 아니야 수수리 저듯이 사중체 두바제 냐래진 나와 레즈니즈 야 라메고도 자기 제 간도 쉬고 챵네 티네 야 조마드와 티 소소 지요나 야 대티가 용 딘데 진에 로마고 두바 냐래진네 티네 아니 원에 전에게 도바야세 기회신이 자 친구시 템벌 팬 조마베 주고 양세시다 주고 자 친구 저 한정 유대는 용약에 그 로수디 티네지래
So
티네 로마데니 시다게 용약이 시요 말이 달리.
So however such way of giving commentary is difficult. It takes a lot of time, and it also needs every sort of favorable circumstances, conditions, many favorable circumstances and conditions all must be gathered, and from this side of the disciples and the gurus. So it's quite rare that such commentary is given. And however, like in Tibet, when a Lama gives a commentary, like a discourse on the teaching such as this, then the disciples, they receive the teaching or in one course of teaching, but immediately after they put it into practice, and from the beginning, and then they from time to time they consult their gurus, and then again they attend other again the same teachings again and again. Whenever such teaching is given, they attend it, and they receive some more again more sort of clarifications and more precision on their practice. Then they go back and add this in their practice of meditation, and like this, then they bring gradually the progress in their meditation, in their realization. So that is the proper way of receiving the commentary on this kind of practice. And when someone practices like that, then one attains very great realizations, and then one actually, as a result of that, in Tibet, the many great masters have appeared, many great lamas, many great masters have appeared, because they have followed the teachings in that way and put them in practice. And as a result of that, they have gained high realizations, and that is that is the source of great masters and realized beings. So in Tibet, this kind of practice, such as Lamrim and such as Guru Puja, mostly the commentary is given to the according to the what is called the method of giving commentary on meditative practice. The second way, everything is given on the meditative practice rather than on explanatory commentary. What is so called the explanatory commentary. So this is this way of giving commentary. Also, it follows the practice of meditation, and although it's different from the commentary given on experience, it is the teachings one receive all together, but one still has to understand all the points, and one immediately combines it, immediately put it into practice of the meditation. So therefore, for taking this type of commentary for the meditative practice, then we must receive it by generating sort of like a special state of mind and a proper state of mind, and by doing the preparation of the prayers and praying to the gurus and receiving the blessing, and thus prepare a good ground, sort of special ground for receiving the commentary. That's why we need to do this. We need to do first the prayers and pray to the lineage gurus and ask for blessings and so on, instead of just people gathering and then immediately giving a talk, starting a talk. That is explanatory commentary, where a guru, a teacher comes and explains the meaning of the text. That's explanatory commentary. For such, then one doesn't need to go through all these prayers and all these things. Simply, it's like taught in a class.
to na ro do ni ma ji ge che ya de je bu ji che ge cha sung che ge la me du du de ji ani be ma du ni ji che go da jan da de sha le nya len ji do go sa lo dong san xiu cu qu cao le ma yong gong de san lu ji dong de ba de an de cao cao ne de ba nyang du ji de dan chi ti xie gong xiao ge xia le ji ji xiao qu de le la me song ya de san lu ji dong ni ji gong da pa xia le le ne yang ji san lu dong de ba de ne song yi ba de jie gu ri ma zhong ne o de jie ne ne nya len ji ge ya da当年nya len ji ge ne xian ba du san se cui ti yong su na
So for this, for the commentary for the meditative practice, nyamti is called nyamti in Tibetan. For that, one must meditate on these points of the teaching at least 3 times. So one is during the teaching, when one pays full attention and follows the teaching. That is one meditation. And then when we go back to our place, then we must again meditate on the points of the teachings that we have received in the evening. And then again another time the next morning. So that's the 3 rounds of meditation or contemplation is practiced on the points of the teaching that we have received. So at least 3 times we must contemplate and meditate on the teachings we receive. That is according to the way of commentary for meditative practice.
Ngarazu de nyangshi de yang kabu de kabu yunga garre sena ali ke ma shen ba pecha ma shen ba ani pecha de ya me ba jasan kharkatu de ji ge ji she ji ti ma do kabu de de ne 다 로지 라면으로 돼서 대체 주었을라. 내가 야고 던지도 안 수수 뒤토바 인자 또서 고요 군두도 고견지래샤. 제가 어제 모여서 너무 별로 나중에 다된 시라마 중에 샤라 두전 년에 지로 지위나 안 도바줄로베 시라 평소 소바도 소라이나 가버 바디 또서 년내로 야고 모여서 단다 저지진도 저런 소라.
So although there are certain obstacles such as the language, for example, you have difficulty to read those commentaries or to recite the prayers and so on. However, you are improving, making progress very fast on those on these necessary like understandings and all this. You are improving, making progress very fast. Now you can, although you can't recite or chant all the very long prayers and like this, but still you can, you are able to practice certain important the essential prayers, and you also have certain understanding of some idea about what you are reciting. And also you are able to understand the essence, the important meanings of the teaching. So therefore, if you still work hard and continue to practice and work hard, His Holiness says there is a great hope that he sees a great good future in your practice of Dharma.
Also, 자신 주대 비슷히 요르사. 뒤지기는 공추고 말해. 자산 된 더주면도 거든 하셨던 바 마뇽마도 지버려. 그러니 마지 라면 내줘 지버려. 되게 동야 거든 하셨던 바디 저런 소리 하고 던지도 와. 대던지 소화도 위요.
Although we couldn't do the guru prayer, the lineage, the prayer to the lineage gurus of Mahamudra, because it is long and there's only one text in Tibetan available. However, in place of that, we have recited the Ganden Lhaja, the guru prayer, Guru Yoga, the short Guru Yoga, Lama Tsongkhapa Guru Yoga, the Ganden Lhaja, which you usually practice, and we have done that just before. And although the words are different, but essentially it's the same meaning, that is prayer to the Guru. and so this would be sufficient at this time.
아니 저라에 쇼 니르바 라린 치디 주슈도 멘데케용 감갈로게 주슈나레 멘데도 사그리 멘데 퓨리 한 데마저 데는 멤버가 슈거래 쇼게 해만 한두니게 멘데 제바리 퓨도 드디어 감갈로게 멘데도 멘데 퓨시그리 근데 멘데케용에는 멘도 자 매바이만 룩스매바이 로지드반 또도 멘데 퓨에 거로 누르 다 멘도 거르쳐 소인나 멘데 레븐다 아
So usually Soren says when we take these teachings like Lamrim and Guru Puja, then at the beginning of the teaching mandala offering is made. At that time people also bring their mandala. If there is a mandala base and all these things, then bring it with and practice it before the teaching. But it seems you're still not, you haven't yet the mandala base and all that, because he doesn't see anyone with. However, we still have offered the mandala. Without those objects, we have still offered it from our mind. So in Tibet, when a lot of people or disciples attend such teaching, most of them have they bring mandalas. Not everybody do not have the mandala, but most people they bring their mandalas with, and then before the teaching, then everybody together do a few times this practice of mandala offering.
Such a show to Mende Pataja, Poba and Kijimaba Yunza Basal so do a little Yamari.
But when we had to leave Tibet, then of course, let alone mandala and all these objects, most people don't have even a cup to drink tea. So therefore, there's not when they first arrived in India, there's all these mandalas and all these were not. They don't have. So when the lamas arrived first in Buxa in India, many of them don't have even complete robes.
Then on the Basa, then Lochi needs the Girinilla and Kangolo Tacheko Chugu Tashi Conjure.
So after about so after about 2 years, then everybody, the lamas there in Buxa, they got their robes together. But we didn't need very much because it was very warm, very hot country. So just only very thin cloth is enough. Just only one pair of robe is quite sufficient.
Then also Josu poor taking was on Lusa charging to give a tune. Was on Lusa charging the good. Take care about two and the mandate. Mandate is a so they were young. They are cool, Nitina dog lonely. Laval Masus and Basal daddy was not charging the mandate.
So then the lamas got the idea to make mandala base out of the milk powder tins which they have received on ration and ration supply. So they cut the milk tin, so the bottom is something like a mandala base. But then it's very sharp. The edge is very sharp, so they had to sort of knock it in, and, sort of fold it so it's sort of smooth to not hurting for the hand. And so many lamas have made these milk powder tin mandalas.
Today, I also the Joseph chicken, Chije, Rosso, Congo, Logan, Tujan, Porter, Chitia, Canana, road with chairs on Charter, Chin, there is something also social papu yore, social name, many burn or related ligament that your morality, the Araga Topcha Sasa, Chago,
No.
But
then, thanks to all these ration supplies that we have received, and also all the support that we have received from different countries, organizations, and so on, the life of the Tibetan in general refugees have improved, and also of the lamas. And so they now are moved, most of them in South India, and they are sort of settled there. And so now they don't have anymore these milk powder tin mandalas, but they have these stainless steel mandalas made out of some kind of Indian kind of bowl. I think this is kind of Indian bowl for their meal, but put that upside down is a very good mandala. So many of them have that stainless steel mandala. So for the practice, we should have a little mandala base, and which is not very. You can get it rather easily, and just a circular base, sort of like a disc, and so that you can also not completely flat, but like a bowl, you can hold, and on the top then you can put all the heaps of the grains and so on to offer the mandala. That is, it's a good. It is one object of practice, and then also to offer the water, to offer a daily offering of water in the bowls. That's also a good method. Yorin, kono sangmal yorin.
Jurishayo marba.
Jurisha yorin. Singki jurisha.
Lama chebe becha jurishayo yone yawo yorete. Yang jaga ke to dongo ke chichi tsuji mar shlo.
Tondo yomarin.
Deya chigo.
No. Dejenga len ma chene.
Ren. Shen go la ke ni shen ja da mene me ti ndi yore. Duje pe se sia chi ge. Gol chi ta ta me ge de jong ni yore. Ti be kecha sabar chi re. Lo de benje chuje so. Ta ina dire shi ta je chi sa se yo ma re ti ta me da na ge je she ya tu chi dong ge ngan zu pi ge lo ju ge jin de me she ge yore. An jerang zu ne ka she ne be wen ne zhan ne chu ya bu chi che lu ge le ye chi o za yong sang ke yang de na ge ro yore.
So that is just a little story, so explained in relation with this practice of the preparations, and many of you have are sort of determined to practice Dharma, sort of to determined to put some effort, some energy in the practice of Dharma sincerely.
Nga sheke ne chu de kade ro chi yin ro san ju me pe be chu de kade chi yin ro nang we chu de kade yin ro gi lu be chu de kade yin ro ku ka re she song ta go sam ba ro de ne yo de.
But there could be also people, there could be some who just want to know something about the Dharma, and to learn something about Dharma. What is Dharma, and what is the Buddha Dharma, and what is the Tibetan Buddhism, and what is the tradition of Gelug, or like that, just out of sort of curiosity or out of some interest to know what is taught.
Ta gangalo chu la de nian de bu chi yo na yang len shi da ma tu ne chu chi che jin ni guo yin ne ge wo sam ne yong ge.
So however, everybody has some enthusiasm and some interest to learn about the Dharma. So even if one can't put everything in practice, or one even if everybody cannot put it in practice of meditation, but still hearing the teaching of Dharma is already a very good seed, a very good imprint in our mind, which will produce a very good result, fruit.
Lombo Koran Shu Dabo Yinza, and the Chim Trava Padarjada, Trosi Meja, Shinle Cheng, Yo Jung Tsugina, Domat Nuchi or the Jamruche, Shingo, Kunjo, Ten Shingo, Tell Lombo Kore, be Rutanda.
In a country like Tibet, where Dharma flourished for so long time, then the people from childhood, then they sort of automatically learn certain things, like recite some prayers or to take refuge in the Triple Gem and so on. These are not difficult. There's something which sort of naturally sort of comes.
Today is Sunday. That does not mention Ali Jondo Ashenda.
So, however, it's in a different situation here. So, first we must pay a great attention, or we must give a great importance and effort in developing a real good state of or the attitude of refuge in the mind. That's very important. A very important foundation.
Jondu Dunda Jachimbo, Perline, Jabasamage Shensia Yomare, Ine Buchunju Longana Druson Yen, Josuchi Kunjo, Josia, Kunjo Sea, the guy in the Shenru Mashino, Jondu Shingiore.
So the word of the refuge is something which, for example, in Tibet, everybody knows. Something about refuge, taking refuge in Triple Gem is something which is common.
Today is a Jondu, the Shita Jachimbo Majuna, Jondu Lamriji, Jondu Chitan Shensona, Namba Sanjeva Reson, Nambel, Tina Nambel Television is server.
But actually, the taking refuge is something very profound. It's not only the words, but it's something very profound that we, as the most important foundation in the practice of Dharma, when the attitude of true refuge develops in us, generates in us, then one becomes a real practitioner of Dharma and a real follower of the teaching of the Buddha. And then in front of us on the ground, on the vast plain or ground, we visualize a very vast lake. A lake of not ordinary water, but like a lake of milk ambrosia. And the ground under the water is all filled with the sand of very precious substance, precious jewels, and the rocks and pebbles and everything under the water is all precious, various precious jewels. So from the center of this, the lake of ambrosia, and from the center grows a tree, the tree wish-fulfilling, wish-granting or wish-fulfilling tree. So this wish-granting tree or wish-fulfilling tree, which is growing out of this this vast the lake, its root under the water, its root is in gold. And the actual trunk of the tree is in silver.
Yagatu Pa Lus Pachi Devat Yagan Mindruya Yimba.
And there are 7 major like branches, and they are all Baiduria, that is Mindruya Tsushi Karen.
Mindruya Mubro.
Lord's Lapis Lazula.
Mindruya
Lapis Lazula. Is that right? Lapis Lazula. Lapis Lazula.
Yaga Medruya, Mobuche. That Loma Medo, Drebu Yunzis, Loma da, Loma Inza, Loma Shiri, Loma Seade, Shindu Koran, Sero, Shindum Korasere, that Delava, Loma Mabataya, Loma de Shindu Gunga Masadu, I could tell you on Shinjuji, Shinjuba, Tela, Loma Segre. Delava. Digo Zaruchi, Shindo Silva, Jeruchi Zaruchi or the Wadi, Lomari. Lomadi Shiri in Deva.
Lomadi Shiri. And so the branches are made of lapis lazuli, and then the leaves are in crystal.
She Lomadi Remedy, the Surita.
Oh no, it's not complete the leaves, but how do you say these? The veins of the leaves. Yeah, that's in crystal.
Tan dama pu yimba pu.
Pu sushi karina.
Pu sia de yugen sutare. Yu niba ches. Pu sia de.
Sevim,
Busa, you nimba chaya, you yagatin, sir.
No.
You don't need it.
And the actual leaves are like turquoise.
Loma books, Dama books, Loma, Damachi. That Medo Chimbo. Medo the Mudi
Mabo. So the actual so this tree has like lotus tree with flower with very big flower, and so all these the petals of the flower are in a pearl, of the nature of pearl.
Then Drebu doi nimbo. That Drebu Duda. Duda Medo Shachi degree.
And the fruits are like diamond. The fruits are very large, they're very big. So this wish-fulfilling tree is made of 7 different types of precious substance.
And
then on these branches there are also many precious garlands made of precious jewels sort of hanging like a little bit like Christmas tree, and then from the inside of the branches and leaves there are the rays of light sort of sparkling from the midst of the tree and from the leaves and so on, from various precious jewels. So many precious the garland, like precious necklace or precious earring, like that. This kind of garlands are hanging from branch to branch.
신디신 말레 용네.
So this is wish fulfilling or Chintamani tree, which is a celestial tree from which all the which fulfills all the wishes, all the needs, the food, clothing, whatever such sort of material needs, whatever one wish sort of comes automatically from the tree. That is the meaning of wish fulfilling tree. And the lake itself also very cooling. It has very cooling and calming effect. And from time to time, cool breeze comes through over the lake and through the tree, and when it moves the leaves and branches of the tree, the sound of dharma teachings of dharma comes from the tree, naturally speaking from the tree. And the sound of dharma, the teachings of dharma which comes from the tree is also in very beautiful, very pleasant melodies. So this from the tree, rays of light going out in different directions, up and down, and on the side, and from everywhere the rays of light go out, and from at the end of these rays of light there are various manifestations of the Buddhas appearing in many different forms and teaching Dharma and helping the sentient beings. So in short, this whoever sees or smells or touches or hears the sound of this tree, it completely calms down all their physical or mental sufferings and agitations, and all the which cools down the heat of the delusions in our mind, and it provides them with great experience of bliss and joy. So that is the tree should think has this particular quality. So usually in the Tankas, you see a tree is painted there, but it's usually very small, and because it is beyond no artist can actually draw or paint such a tree, the real tree with all its qualities. So it is just only to give an idea. It's just only a symbol of that tree. Then right in the center of this tree, on top of the tree, there is a very and so right in the center there is very large lotus flower. And on top of that fully blossoms the lotus is with large lotus with many petals and very beautiful. On top of that, right in the center, there is the precious the lion throne.
treat the Drujita, Jemidogo, similar Charmadina, treat the Su Jayudeke, Su News, Sun Duty.
So if we have difficulty to visualize a throne which is square on top of the lotus which is round, then you can visualize the throne with how do you say, with eight octagonal shape, right?
Octagonal.
Octagonal shape.
Oh, yeah.
What is it? No.
Tidilla, all Shington, Pedamazu Shintin, Ayaka, Kagole Shinton, Parutumba to Yoda,
Not in.
or teacher of Mayachi, Jutim Bendria,
So- So this the electrical binduya one binduya ngombo. So this the throne, the precious throne, is made of also lapis lazuli.
Tindela Rumbuchi, Chanaman, Hasu, Yoba Rumbuchi, and that Sanamira, good the journey you do, Kayayachi Sangdong.
And it's adorned with many other precious jewels with different color, with a different shape, different color. So one should visualize this as beautiful as you can.
That's a passing Tomba to Suna, the Singi.
And this this throne is supported by 8 powerful lions.
Singi Jedi, Onshu Jet somebody, Sanjay Tuchi, and then Onshu Jayore.
So these 8, the lions symbolize the 8 powers of the Buddha mind, 8 powers of the Buddha,
Meiji was just somebody.
and the 4 fearlessness.
On Singi gave Lavayava de Jusen Lucia Jadunge.
So these lines support with their support the throne with their right hand.
Lavayava Tiki Lombro Omago, Tiki Tinda, Penda Omagolma, Paramandu Gumnu Deva.
And
Tiki Chita, Lubutamadia, Shintamadia, Chigman, Omadigon.
so this the throne, it is like there is one like a base for the throne, and then there are like many supports like pillars, and on top there is again there is a top of the throne, and just in between those pillars, those supports, there are the lions who are actually standing on that base of the throne, and with their right hand they support the top of the throne, and their left hand and the 2 hind legs, they are on actually standing on the base of the throne
Don't the Banalapata, Kadam,
and facing outward.
Mean Bursos in the Banalvat, Tawar.
And with a wide open sort of mouth, with sort of fearful, showing a fearful sort of face, with eyes wide open, looking straight in the space.
Chita Lama Hai Tujugi, Onshu Jet, and Mijiva Jigi and then Inza Laba Yoma can do some out there, or don't look at Sadak never soon. Think there's Zadan Juberga never soon. Pardon, Jehunga never, Jamie Banals in the soon. Sing it today, I would just say that Onshu Jigi and the Shane, Rala, Flalu, Jessing, and nobody, you want to go your money.
So, so the golden throne with the lions, this is actually a manifestation. It's a form of the powers of the Buddha, such as the 8 powers and the 4 fearlessness, or the 4 victories. These are all very particular qualities of the Buddha mind. So in that way, if we visualize, then the visualization or the meditation on the golden throne itself is a sufficient protection against all the interference, all the negative interference. So when the lines, the front left leg is stepping down, which symbolize to overcoming all the negative interference from underground, and one is up like that. From the middle, so from top, from bottom, and from the middle. So in short, to overcoming all types of interference. So that's the meaning of the verse which says, in the vast space, non-dual voidness and bliss, there's a cloud of summer waters offering on the crest of the wish-granting tree, beautifully adorned with leaves, fruits, and flowers, is a precious throne supported by lions. No. So on top of that precious throne, then there is a cover. There is a cover made of celestial cloth. We can visualize it in a form of brocade, silk, like there's something in beautiful the material which covers the from the top of the throne, like tablecloth. And now on top of the precious throne there is the lotus cushion. The lotus cushion, which is white with slightly the touch of red, a slightly sort of reddish white lotus cushion, which is round.
Also Bama de Bendo la Changayo, Benda Shiraga Mango, Bendo Chimbo, Bendo be Chigin, Spati Shayung, Tigon Lata, Tigbe, Chichum Zimba, Conting. Take on the yonder Bama Chicks, young Bama Chicks, young Bama Chicks, Ginia, Bama de Toro, Banringus, ya, Toro, Ting de la Bama Damashi. You did it.
So the lotus is very large, round, on which completely sort of covers the golden throne, and it has many layers, one on top of the other. So the lowest level of the lotus, it is very large, and then one more. How do you say one more layer? One more layer on top of that, inside of that. And then one on top of that, and one on top of that with less and less petals. And the highest layer of the lotus is small one with 4 petals. So there are 11 layers altogether. So it looks like a stupa. It's like a stupa with many like steps, many steps of the stupa. Like that, there are all these layers with the flower, one on top of the other. And on the highest layer the level of the lotus. There are only 4 petals with the center which is round.
Peme tewe ting to tene nima mangchili chene gogo tewa dan se nyambe nime denchi.
So on top of that, the center of the lotus, on top of the pistil, the lotus, there is this sun disk.
Nime to la yang dawa chingo ka.
And then moon disk on top of that, white. The sun disk is very red, sort of, reddish in color, and the moon disk is white in color.
Dawa nima nibote toshi tsambare, dawa tiki tau chanshi sim tsambare. Nima ge shira tomba ni tobi, tonye tobi ishi tsambare.
So here is again a union. The sun and the moon disk. The moon disk symbolize the bodhicitta, which is the method aspect, the bodhicitta, and the sun disk symbolize the wisdom aspect of realization of the shunyata, also method and wisdom. So bliss and void, again it is a union of bliss and void. And the lotus symbolize the great compassion. So the compassion or Mahakaruna, it has different meanings. In Anuttara Tantra, Mahakaruna refers to again to the bliss or the blissful mind itself.
Pema de nagwa di chigre, liu de zoba jil shada chine chigre. Re de koran zoba be ndam gi miba za ni yo ma, koran le temen de nagwa zang gu yo ma.
So there is special significance why it is the bliss is symbolized by the lotus, because the lotus flower usually it grows out of sort of muddy water, sort of out of a swamp it grows. However, the lotus itself is so pure, without a stain of mud or impurity. It is so beautiful and so clean and pure.
Dewa chimbi ishi te yang be jo tauke ge masin dosha ranga walan dukhen re.
So in the same way, the great blissful state of mind in Anuttara, so it also generates from attachment, from the attachment. If it is left in the ordinary, when it's defiled, it is the ordinary delusion of the mind, attachment, which is a cause of trouble, the attachment, the ordinary attachment. So when such a union, when the ordinary union, such as the union, the sexual union, when it's not free from the defilements, from all the impurities and defilements, then it gives rise to attachment, and more attachment, and cause more delusions. So when it's not sustained by the right methods and the right the motivation, right methods, and so on, when it's still defiled with the ignorance and these kind of things, then it gives rise to attachment.
Dewa gawa jirinji zhangni tangche tongpa we se chache chimbo tongnian da yemebe dewa chimbo ishi di che yuwan zang dewa chimbo ishi de tongnian nyeji yerme se ya te tere.
So, but when it is sustained by skillful methods of the Tantra, and when it's free from all these kind of defilements, or the wrong, like the potentialities or the cause, the defilement is free from the defilements, and when it's sustained by the skillful methods of the Tantra, then it helps to channelize the energy in the central nadis and the central channels, and by this then it activates all the centers of the nadis, and then one experiences the real the type of the bliss, and then that blissful state of the mind also, that bliss also contributes very much to the mind to realize the void nature and the voidness or shunyata, and therefore it becomes a very powerful means, very powerful methods to overcome negativities and to experience the great state of bliss and to attain state of enlightenment when it's sustained by right methods. So therefore, through the practice of Tantra, then a path through a method which has generated from the attachment will overcome the attachment itself. So that is the skillful means of the Tantra. Because the union of bliss and void, which generated from the attachment, will overcome the attachment and all other negativities and all kinds of obstacles. So it is like the insect which grows from the wood, from the tree, then will eat the tree itself and finish the tree. So like that. So therefore this Mahakaruna, or this compassion, which means the state of bliss itself, is symbolized by the lotus. So on top of such a cushion, with such a form and with that nature, then we visualize the Guru on top of it. So on that means that is the meaning of on cushions of lotus, the sun and the moon. Now the next line sits my gracious root Guru, who are kind in all the three ways. So this what means here, what means by the who are kind in all three ways. So three ways mean one who gives the initiation or empowerment, and who teaches the Tantra, and who gives us the oral instruction, oral transmission, oral instruction, the method. So such a Guru is the Guru with three kindnesses. Three kindnesses. Now the root Guru. So so therefore, as here it is, you are in so you are in your own actual bodily form, yet share the same nature as all the Buddhas. Or in Tibetan it is more like you who embodies all the Buddhas, the actual form of all the Buddhas. So that means we should see one's root Guru as the embodiment of all the Buddhas.
Sanje Sundajine Choju Sanje Tamjege, Senja Tangela Nyen, Dudu Duzine, Rang, Mapulizole, Hazig, Zewajensi, Tunze Gugori. Tunze were then around to the Sanje Mos to join on Jig Mary. Mara is a Tuvajig Tunze Gugori. Tuvajig Tunze in the Sanje Jig to the Tunze. Sanje Yembe Juba Man, Sanje Yembe around to Tama Zeba school, she did missing in the Sija word, Sanje did missing in me, Meva Naja Suranga Term Mizaka Meza, Sanje Tamjig or in somewhere, San Lutusto.
So, because all the Buddhas, all the fully enlightened beings, their wish or their action is all dedicated for the benefit of the sentient beings, to help sentient beings. That is their only, the concern, and their only deed is to benefit the sentient beings. And so the best way or means to help the ordinary sentient beings who are incapable of perceiving the extraordinary forms of the Buddha can only be helped through the manifestation of the Guru in ordinary form. And so that is, so therefore in that way we should see the Guru as a manifestation of the Buddha. And if the Guru is manifestation of one Buddha, it implies that it is the manifestation of all the Buddhas, since all the Buddhas are of one nature. So therefore the Guru which we are visualizing there is of the nature of all the Buddhas. So which holds the essence or the entity of the Buddhas. So entity and appearance or aspects is different.
It's
like, although the cookies are made, like many cookies made of same dough, which have same taste. However, some are made in the shape of a star, some are made in the shape of a round, some are square, or like that. So those are different aspects, different appearance, but their nature is the same, with the same taste. So the direct cause is the same, but the aspect is different. So the direct cause or the entity of one's Guru is all the Buddhas. So yet we visualize the form of the Guru in the appearance of Lama Tsongkhapa, who is in the form of ascetic form of a monk, who is a Vajradhara inwardly Vajradhara. By heritage, like one's son becomes the successor, and then his son becomes the successor, like that is carried down through like a family heritage. So this affects when the system of a monastery or a center of the Dharma is not completely, when it's not sort of precisely and correctly set up, then after, although there are sometimes great masters appear from time to time, but then in between, then because of these systems, then sometimes it affects the actual the practice. It affects also the life of the practitioners. and affects the continuity of the teaching, and in many ways. And this way, then sometimes difficulties arise. So therefore, that then we should sort of remember we should know the great, the special, like the kindness of the Lama Tsongkhapa, that so through his grace, that still the pure lineage of the teaching, the meditation, the practice of meditation, and the practice of the outer and inner behavior, the pure practice of outer and inner behavior is still sort of continuing and carrying on. So that is all through his grace and his efforts to sort of upbringing the Dharma. So therefore we should, it's important for us to know that. Because of this reason, then here in this practice of Guru Yoga, or in other practice of Guru Yoga, in this tradition, then always the central figure of the Guru is visualized in the form of Je Tsongkhapa. But when we actually visualize the Je Tsongkhapa, the form of Je Tsongkhapa, we should remember that this form of Je Tsongkhapa is actually one's own personal Guru. One's own personal Guru in that form of Je Tsongkhapa. And so, however, the qualities of the Je Tsongkhapa and the tradition he has found, like the distinguished quality of this tradition, of his teaching, can be seen. Actually, is quite evident, or can be seen from the qualities of the great masters, from still living, by their knowledge, and by their way of life, and by their service to the teaching of the Dharma and to the sentient beings. From these we can see quite clearly. It does not need to be explained very much. Of course, this doesn't mean that we are sort of putting down the masters of the other tradition. This is it's wrong. It's unright to do that. But there have been so many great masters appeared in the past and still in other traditions still existing.
Lama Raja Shiraja, Zerton, Shivajugo, Zerong, Zerton Togudi. You Ngaline, Kujanto begin 100 years. Tipangu Zerton, the Chessmen do, and Jawajin of it, Nazaya Macheva, Manzu teacher and human do some young shit ever.
So, the Tamada Karakana,
Nimakajuga Lama Suine, Tobe, when Lamata Shimshita, there was. In the Manzunje, you can think on the way over to the Jagali over to the Tana, Zodish Rajavis.
So, but some lamas in their outer appearance or outer behaviors, they, for example, very, for example, very elaborated, sometimes very elaborated form, very like appearing in a very elaborated or very lavish forms, and for example, wearing very lavish and very very lavish forms and very impressive or very beautiful appearance. So however, the real quality of a spiritual guide or master is not by its appearance, like external appearance, or how impressive it looks, or how what sort of beautiful robes is wearing or something, but it must be judged from the inner qualities in the teachings, in the actual teachings of the Dharma, and in its capability to benefit or to lead the disciples on a right way. So that is the most important quality of the Guru. So there on that side there shouldn't be any shortage. If there is a shortage in giving the teachings or in leading the disciples on the right way, then although outwardly one is very impressive or very beautiful, very impressive, that then the main the quality of a guru is then lacking. So as you know that until now in the tradition of the Tsongkhapa, thanks to his great teachings or the guidance, still there are still many lamas, many great masters who are quite still capable of giving the right sort of direction or right guidance, the teachings of the Dharma, and the clear and precise teachings of the Dharma. So, for example, even you have here a wonderful Geshe-la, here Geshe Tsulum Gyaltsen. His knowledge to teach, to explain the clarity of the Dharma is so let's say equal to Rinpoche. There is no difference. Maybe he is superior. He has great qualities. And also there is other Geshes, and such in America like Geshe Zopala in medicine. They are also so qualified in teaching and in guiding the disciples. And the same thing for Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa. They are also qualified masters, teachers. And also the same thing, if you go to Europe, there's a master Geshe Rapten. He's also fully qualified in teaching. So there are many masters like that. They are so qualified. Their inner quality is so great. However, outwardly they are very ordinary. They are not sort of claiming themselves to be something like a lion or tiger or anything like that, but just the ordinary sort of humble human being.
So
in the same way, if you go to India also, there are many masters, and there are many such geshes, many masters there. They all have this similar quality and inner, like the quality and qualifications, but their outer behavior is a humble and very normal. And also no drinking and no smoking.
kanene che yungro ma do pe che tin de
Khari yo.
mambu yo za gilu balama gishi hajang mangu yin za de ba se ge jabi bi to se yungro.
Of course, he's already say, he can't say that every teachers, everybody following this tradition, they are all perfect. That is too much to say. There can be still who are not doing it in a proper way. But still, most of the masters and the geshes in this tradition, thanks to the guidance, the grace of the Tsongkhapa, they all have the inner the qualities, and outwardly their life, their way of life, their the behavior, body, speech and mind is very pure.
Gishi lama kheba chimbu kone yoke kare ine chungu ma thamba chuna gume dhila lamsan thengre.
And for example, if even though a lama or a geshe is very sort of highly qualified and very with very great knowledge and very famous, if in case, for example, if he disrobes or if he give up his robe, then is no more any no more sort of hold any sort of position in the monastery. Very immediately, then one leaves the monastery and lead an ordinary life. Not then do not take the position still as a great master, still being mixed with like in the monastery with the monks.
Of course,
the inner qualities, the realizations, it is still there. It is not degenerated, and if their disciples, if the monks' disciples, they still respect. But for example, then still giving a place in the monastery, there's still the same position, and still mixing with the bhikshus or the fully ordained monks and so on. This is not done. One still respects the guru and still takes the teaching, but separately. So these are important to also when you, for example, come to India. These are important to observe also when you go to see the monasteries and so on. Then it's important to to observe these like the qualities or how they are practiced in those monasteries. Not only just the outer appearance of the temples and the statues and how the monks are dressed or like that. So we should. This doesn't mean at all that we are sort of criticizing or despising the masters of the other traditions and so on. There are so many great masters, living masters, who are truly worthy of respect and veneration, which we should generate in our mind towards all of them.
Lama Patichishu Changche Mazete Sanyung is Jemeta, Taneva Ranre, Chigia, Lama Leaming Chede, Bugu is Shizangatiaso, Tongju Changche, or Directing Giluli Yamari. So what in the so thanks to the guidance or the rules that are set up by Je Tsongkhapa, so among the masters of this tradition, so far they haven't been like masters who who claims to be great master. At the same time, then the behavior, the outer behavior, is very very undisciplined, and such as
than just undisciplined or worse than even ordinary people, like ordinary person. And then, for example, drinking a lot of chang and all these kind of things are not existing so far in this tradition.
다 저버 드레지요. 저버 드레를 보지 체여서 다공 저송 거 따와도 공부 되겠죠. 다시 도야 요 말.
So that is concerning the behavior, and same thing also for the actual inner practice of meditation, and about the view and about the contemplation and meditations, then does not need to explain. One will learn it from the actual teachings.
다 말아도라 쟁에 뭐 좋은 매일을 자르자 자갈로 말래 사도 단도 저번 너거지 용야 돼. 장을라면 가진세.
So therefore, that although the dharma is no more face the great like negative circumstance in Tibet, and the lamas had to leave Tibet and go through lots of difficulties and problems, but still dharma is still living, and all the complete tradition of the teaching, meditation, contemplation, all this still continuing and living and sort of flourishing, spreading. This is all in a way thanks to the grace of Lama Tsongkhapa.
제가 저랑 주인의 라마 야부 연대 진실을 때는 연대는 주요래 연대 명에 라마 도르지를 때 연대 용야 매배 배저 동야데 젬바 정의 구용나 초요 말이 인내 수수 기녀 수수 살동 그래마도 매 길루베 셴고 셰바매.
So therefore, when you practice Dharma, when you search for the Guru, it's very important for first, before one accepts someone as one's Guru, first to judge carefully the qualities and the qualification and the capabilities of the Guru, carefully and properly first. And when one is sort of fully convinced and satisfied with the qualities of the Guru, then one accepts the Guru and then follows the tradition. Otherwise, then instead of receiving benefit, then sort of negative influence and things like this, if we receive from the Guru, then there's no use of searching a Guru and following such a Guru. So therefore, it's important from the beginning to be careful and analyzing the qualities of the Guru. So His Holiness has said those things just not to praise his own tradition or to show that it's like it's better than any other traditions or like that. One should, whoever in whatever tradition, whatever religion, whatever it is, whoever has a real the virtuous qualities and real the right understanding and the realizations and experience, whoever they are and whatever traditions they belong, we must respect and generate of respect and faith and devotion in all of them equally. So actually all the traditions, for example, the traditions of the Dharma in Tibet, it's all leading to exactly to the same goal. And the actually the structure of the path is also is same. How to develop gradually on the path the realization of impermanence and law of cause and effect and practice of refuge and renunciation, bodhicitta. All these are exactly the same. They are the practitioners are led in the same way in all these traditions. So actually in actual practice, there is no difference. If it is sort of if it is used in a right way, if it is used in a proper way, there is no difference in the actual teaching, in the actual method of the teaching. So, if one, although sort of one speaks and teaches the Dharma, but if one's own behavior contradicts to what one teaches, then it is there's something wrong. So to teach the Dharma, to teach something without complete knowledge of what one is teaching, like pretending to be knowing everything and teaching like that without a correct and proper knowledge, that is the worst. And then although one teaches something, but one doesn't live with what one teaches, that is also incorrect.
So therefore, when you search for the Guru, you should carefully observe these qualities of the necessary qualities of the Guru, and then establish a good relation and to follow the instructions and practice. One should not immediately just go to anybody and just sort of catch anybody, like if a dog finds a bone or a meat or something like that. So the Dharma is really, it's like a scale. Dharma is like a scale to judge, really to judge the real the qualities, the inner qualities of a practitioner. So whatever one claims to be, or anybody claims, if his teachings or behavior, if it goes together with the Dharma, that is correct. So one can actually, when you practice Dharma, you can follow any tradition, like Gelu tradition, Sajja tradition, Nyingma tradition, whatever. There is no difference in the actual tradition. But when whatever tradition you follow, that's up to oneself. And then when you find the Guru, to first analyze the Guru properly and find a real capable Guru, and then follow the instructions and teachings and put into practice. And one should not just mix everything up. That will cause confusion. So one must know how to practice Dharma properly without contradiction. So His Holiness is not like he is not implying that everyone should follow his tradition or must practice his tradition. It doesn't make any difference to him. For example, if you eat different food at your home, but he cannot taste what you have eaten, it would not affect his taste. You will taste, you will eat different food, and you will taste the different taste, but he will not taste the same. So even if you take something completely wrong and something poisonous, or but this would not affect him, that you will, of course, if you take something wrong, then after stomach trouble will come. 去的去见几个人这样嘛，给路去见给路拿大去，你们去见去呀我的，是个绝吧呀我就去当吞不去，感觉吧几个人感觉吧去当吞不去，去当高山做去，去个人去当高山人个慢吧，你们人呢你们去当吞不去，去当高山人吞不去个人呢，个人呢基本上。
So all the whatever, for example, tradition you follow, they are all same. All are valid teachings and valid methods of leading to the enlightenment. There is no difference. But when you practice those, whatever tradition you must do it sincerely, so that your mind completely integrates with the Dharma. If mind doesn't integrate with the Dharma and remain separate from the Dharma or in contradiction with Dharma, then whatever tradition you practice, whatever method you practice, that will not achieve any good result.
So when you practice, mixing everything in a wrong way is also it's a mistake. For example, for example, a tea is something to drink, beer is also something to drink, but if you mix beer, tea, milk, everything, then it will be quite undrinkable at the end. So like that, one should know how to practice them properly. So he also said yesterday that actually usually when one receives the teaching of Lama Chepa Guru Puja, then there is the strict commitment of reciting once daily this practice. So that's the usual commitment. And it told this time yesterday that he wouldn't like to make this commitment. So therefore, so he has given this freedom. So you are quite free actually. Whether you practice this or you don't practice or you give it up, he has given the complete freedom and liberty. So therefore, if you can practice, continued practice is good. If you want to give up completely this practice or all the practice, then you have the freedom also to do so. And so one cannot say still that how each of you will practice in the future. Whether you all will continue the teaching and the practice is not completely certain. You can't say definitely that every one of you will continue for all the time. And he is not sure whether those people who received teaching last time, if all of them are still continuing the practices, the promises, and is not completely sure whether every one of them are doing it. So it is not complete. So it's better if he gives more freedom that he thinks is better than forcing everyone to take this kind of commitments. So now we begin the text, and it starts with the line which is Decheng Ngang Le Ranyi Lamalha. Is there an English translation of this? What I need is the English, not the Tibet.
We don't.
And to the holder of that essence of all the Buddhas. So in that way we should meditate, practice the deity yoga or Guru yoga or whatever.
Lama dal hai yime be nenju ge khong tu sa de be ndoju kanga yimba da labar de sang de be zaju da du xie guo men du yu shu ya da de re je du ga yin ne men ga ma jiu yong lu de la jawa do chi chang de ma yong de ba sha da chi re jawa do chi chang de ma jiu de ba de ja xian ju ju什么da ju da 소신 코라 나진레 알라마 쳬베메가 도모 마임바네 데레 젠라 니주 그 나니자 알라첸 주주 아다 주바 민다고 카실라마 마고 티샤 그냥 그렇게도 쉬고 주마 소신 센데 가도 쉬죠.
So there are several lineage of this practice of the Guru Yoga. There is a lineage, long lineage, and close lineage, and so on. All starting from the Guru Vajradhara. However, His Holiness will give more details of that when we come to the visualization of the field of merit.
제당 되네베 자가 주신 사마로게 라멘nenju 조체베 사가리네 라멘 베조 라멘nenju 사 라멘 오사고는 조바토데베 샤다 임바다 스스은 제자베 베차 주신스그 송가나레 송츠나 다가랑 여데베.
So if you read the lives and the teachings of those great Mahasiddhas of India, they all had practiced Guru Yoga as the principal practice, as their essential practice, and this they also teach that as their the principal teaching, the essential teaching, which we can see if you from their words.
사버드는 조신 공부되어 전부 중요시 요래 조신게 나는 또도 시래 공개 상도 사주고도 배던던 봐 상어주가 생겨져요. 비체도 상어주가 써야 돼. 대상 요래 말한 소다. 상어주가 나라 라면nenju 랑주 소도 제고바 되베 세부 시부지 어다 저지 송요래 공도.
So there is a great Mahasiddha who is called Natha. Natha Mahasukha, and he has composed a commentary to the Guhasamaja Tantra, and there he explains very clearly how important is Guru Yoga and how one should practice Guru Yoga as the essence of all one's practice, as the principle of all one's practice. He explains very clearly in his commentary, which is called Samvatrupa, the Guhasa Siddhi. In there, he explains all very precisely. And also, the masters of the four traditions of Tibetan Buddhism, all those great masters, they all agree completely in this point of guru practice. How important is this, and how this is the very the life essence or the essence of the path. There's no difference.
Diyor kasamları belucu şebayimba ada naje digo sona lama kuji kanrila moguji nyama mashana jelaji chuju minjwe bo moguji ji shaje se songyore lama kuji kanrile sanji kuji ge ngoyimbe kanrile budire tela ya teba je nyama ji ya ma ho na kamad ma shugu mare da naje tegu maje na jela chuchu ma yong mare songyore.
So,
and
also His Holiness says one great master of Digung Kagyu is one particular tradition of Kagyu, and so one of the master in this tradition has said that the Guru is like the snow mountain. It's like a snow mountain of the four kayas, so the four forms of the Buddha. The four bodies of the Guru. The Guru is the snow mountain which embodies the four the bodies of the Buddha, and so without the sunrise in our mind, within ourselves, without the sunrise of without the sun of devotion and one's faith rising in ourselves, then the stream. The stream of blessing of the Guru will not sort of fall down, or would not come down. So like when sun rises, and when sun rises, then by the warmth of the sun, then the snow melts, and then the water, the stream sort of falls down, and one can then take and enjoy the water from the snow mountain. Like that, in order to receive the blessing of the Guru, we should have the sun of a devotion of faith sort of risen in our mind, and so that will cause the blessing of the Guru enter in ourselves.
Nruga zamba jari ke sung la ya, yang khombe chuzo chimbu jiri, kheba chimbu ma na waje be lama ne jo korang jani be chuba chimbu so sung ne shige. Doji pa ma ne ma, nama naze ka ne ka, hambu ni lama ne jo langji so so che ne, karsa, doji cha ham karsa ti nipu chung, nipu yungu yo ras che ne, nama naze ka ne ka, doji pa ma ne ma, So also
another great master who's called Tsangpa Gyare, great master, and he one time he said, if Vajravarahura, if Vajrayogini is red, let her be red, and if Vairochana is white, let him be white. But I am the practitioner of Guru Yoga. I concentrate all my practice on Guru Yoga, and from this practice I will am about to accomplish the state of enlightenment.
Suwa Tauba, Tsengakin Deba Cheba, Onji Chen Tumo Maimbe, Onji Lemba, and a Lami Onzola, Shargung to Chenlo, Bonji Cheba, Lama Timbe, Mangat, Saturn, Korankangal, Mirita, Sajetan, Shemugochi, Regima Shesha, and Durvata, Sajetan Mugochi.
So, this the practice of Guru Puja, it has several like different stages, different paths. First, the refuge generation bodhicitta, and then the visualization of the field of merit, then offering of the 7 limb puja, then making a special request with the Guru Raman, recitation of the mantra of the Guru, then making special request, and then receiving the blessing of the Guru together with the 4 empowerments, and then absorption with the Guru. No, not absorption first, and then receiving the blessings of the Guru for our development of all the stages of the path in the graduated stages of the path in us, and then finally absorption of the Guru. There are several like stages. So His Holiness says he is not going to read this commentary because then it brings up many quotations and things. So it's taking too much time. We'll concentrate to the main point of the practice of Guru Puja. To explain in detail from such a long commentary will take usually the shortest about 16, 17 days at least it takes. So we don't have so much time, so we can't just spend our time with many quotations and so on. So which to explain in short the essence, in short, briefly, the essence of the need of the practice of Guru Yoga is
Lama Tsujin the Tango Sanji Lake Chuya de Carresana.
No. The Carresana.
Sanji Mochen Yong Jegumari.
So the reason why the Guru is even more important for us than appearance or than or the deities, or as His Holiness has said, or the Buddhas, is even if Buddha appears now in all its sort of magnificent form, with all its qualities of its extraordinary qualities of the body, speech, and mind, we, because of our ignorance and because of the obstacles, we wouldn't be able to directly perceive it.
Sanje Padarjada, Jonchu Simba Chimburov Tindebe, Nyawa Nala Tutsi Mazun, Neva Sinjan Suya Salma Pendudu, Nyawa Zuki Jonchu Simba Jeju Padarja, Nyasun Jibu Sonjake Union, Betrele Truni, Haberdo Dumichia Chichuri.
And so the even bodhisattvas, sometimes bodhisattvas moved by their great compassion, then go themselves to unfortunate, very unfortunate realms like in hell realms and so on. But the sentient beings, out of their the karmic obstruction and by their karmic obstacle, they are unable to perceive that bodhisattva and receive the benefit from the bodhisattva. They instead of seeing a bodhisattva, they perceive the bodhisattva as also like a guardian or something like a very like a disturbing figure, and cause sufferings to themselves. So the karmic obstruction of the sentient beings, it sort of stands on a way to perceive a real form of a Buddhas or bodhisattvas. So like the story of the Asanga, the master Asanga, for 12 years meditating in order to see, to get a vision of the Maitreya, but at the end he first saw the Maitreya in form of a dog.
Sanje Chunyo na Laman Cheju Padarja, Chindova, Pongo, Tinjan, Karje, Chinjan Pentoya, Pongo Linjan Pentoya Yoma, Lama Gyoshin and Jeva in Zangantis and Manga Shuni, Shini Tenju Chonsu, Tashira, was on way, Laman de Sanje Tamje Chikajule Havachila, then the Mogusenta, Tunda Mabel Maton, Toyoji, or some Lucitan.
So we should realize how fortunate we are at the present to come in contact with a dharma guide, with a guru in human form, and which capable of we are capable of relating to the guru without problem, and perceive in human form, and also as a real in the form of a real guide, or like a guide of the dharma, spiritual guide. That's already a very that's a very great achievement. And if one instead of seeing a guru as a human being, if one sees a guru by one's karmic obstruction as a dog or an animal or some other forms, that would be very difficult for our practice. It would cause great difficulty in our practice. But for the present, we are very fortunate to perceive the guru as a normal human being. So when His Holiness, you must understand, when His Holiness speaking about this, he is not referring it to himself. He is not saying that you are fortunate to see him in human form.
Tama Jamdu Lende and Swimbe, Becha Lavnik Lama. Some of the Chiba Kadin Shijon Chiba Chegori.
So,
Becha Lavnik Malabnane, Chui Shingomori, Jamdu the Tatimit Lange, Lama Sugbe, Chile, then Suzuki Genji and the Langeti, Lama Kadin Shishu.
so Guru, when we speak of the Gurus, it refers to the person who taught us even how to first how to read the text of the Dharma, and so even and also who teach us generally or normally, who teach us all the Dharma, the meaning of the Dharma, who give us teach us how to read the text of the Dharma and so on. All those are gurus, not only somebody special who give us some kind of special teaching, but even the most ordinary teachings of the Dharma, very basic teachings of the Dharma, even starting with reading the text of the Dharma, that is Guru. And especially the one who has benefited us most and who has helped us the most and at the beginning, at the time of real need, and when we are still very ignorant and very stupid, someone who opened the first eyes of the wisdom for us is the most important one. It's the most important Guru.
Today is la sinde set of Nindula set of Yundu, Larin Soshing, so Jerem Bushure.
So when when we visualize the field of the merit, the assembly of the Gurus, here one visualizes the central, the body of the Guru in the form of Lama Tsongkhapa.
The Yunguya, Sanje Jonden, the Shachatoba Jagal, Chumba, Zomba Chigi, Jashan Juju, Samutaju, Jubelama, Sama Yoredi, Temba Ma, no Melicha, Yasu, Georgi Gutulta, Yangadam Temba de Chichi, Tasumed, Jango Lama Chune, Jango Lama Temba Tibe, Shenta Mendawa, Donga Yonzo, Lam, Sama Gebe Neduba, Shitaki Jachimuchi, Kongu Jene, Tanda Pella, Yo in Sangas, Jango Lama Temba to shoot somebody. Today is the garden Shishuki Lama, Jango Lama, Rangi Geni. So,
the reason why we are visualizing in the form of the central figure of the Guru in Lama Tsongkhapa's form is, as His Holiness has explained to us before, from the time of fully enlightened Buddha, then the Dharma, the transmission of the Dharma, the teaching of the Dharma continued through great masters, and first in India, then in Tibet, and the great master appeared at different times, and the Dharma sort of went up and down many times, and Dharma degenerated also many times. Each time a great master appeared and again sort of reconstructed the Dharma again, and so one of the outstanding one, and also the last great the master who brought who reconstructed the Dharma and brought the Dharma again sort of completely to its purity and perfection, and who really clarified the way of the Dharma for all the benefit of all sentient beings, in whose teaching, in whose tradition, or in whose teaching we have now sort of entered, or we have by the force of one's own fortunate karma, that we have caught that sort of line, or that teaching, and that is Tsongkhapa, the Lama Tsongkhapa. So therefore, we are visualizing Lama Tsongkhapa as one's guru, one's personal guru, in the form of Lama Tsongkhapa in this field of merit.
Jango Lama Tsongkhapa Chimbu Chulu Tela, Taju Sangma, Tagum Josum, Kenan Ali Jabal Saja Nebe, Chantungi Mari, Jabibi Maba, Dube, Cheva, the Hajan Sangma Sheza, Sanjay Shaja Tube, Chilus, Due Java, not on Duvala Gasum, Chilun Due Java Gilun Nadache, not on the sound, the Nagi Tartuba sound develop, the sound of Jezola Govchesa. ambe donga yonzo michi temazi dio.
So in this tradition of started by Lama Tsongkhapa, it and the special emphasis is given on the purity of the practice of the dharma, and how to practice all the aspects of the dharma, the Vinaya, the Sutra, and the Tantra in a combined way, not something like contradictory to each other, but to practice them together in a combined way for our development. So outwardly, one abides in a correct, pure behavior of body, speech, and mind, as it is taught in the Vinaya by the Buddha, and inwardly one meditates and practices the path and method of the Tantra and experience the great bliss of the Tantra as it is taught in the Gwe Samaja or in such great Tantras. So there is a special method in this tradition to practice all these different aspects of the Dharma all by one person simultaneously, sort of in a very combined, united way. So this is a special quality of his teaching.
And so
Lama Tsongkhapa has left for the benefit of, for our benefit, for the benefit of his followers and sentient beings, 19 great volumes of teachings concerning Sutra and Tantra. So if you read those teachings and if you study them, they are especially very effective and a very helpful guide for us to lead us in the great ocean, like in the practice, in the vast, the profound practice of the sutras and tantras.
Ali Gunde Kal Chena, Kurangi Chata Java Gadenga Gumba Dirva, Gumba de Lama de Kong, Gumba Dabo Shevati, Kong Gubazoni, Kurangi Yanse Laran Singshu Yo Mare, Kurangi Truchi La Bumbuja Yo Mare, Anne, Jimu Chen, Yenden Chison Genjun Chen, Gaden Chimuchi singing Tanda Pala, Gaden Yungur Serani Wundevun, Gane Yenden Chiva Lama Chige, Bumbu, that's all the Shuchuat.
And also his system of the establishment of the centers of the Dharma in Tibet for the service of the Dharma and the sentient beings is something quite outstanding, sort of uncomparable, unsurpassable. That, for example, he founded the first center of the Dharma, Ganden, the Ganden monastery, which is the monastery of Rinpoche, and that is the first monastery, the center of Dharma which Lama Tsongkhapa has established. And there, all the practices and monastic practices and the system, how, for example, the head of the head of the monastery or the center, how it is sort of chosen, and how they are sort of carried down. They are all done in a very correct way, in a very pure Dharma way, as it is described by the fully enlightened one in the Vinayas. So for example, Je Tsongkhapa himself has founded this monastery, and he was like the first founder or like the head of this the monastery and the great center of the Dharma. But after he passed away, he didn't sort of pass this position to some of his heritage or his future reincarnation or something like that. Rather, he has passed it down to his great successor, one who is fully qualified to take this position and to sort of continue the continue the lineage and continue the teaching. And so this way, his successors are chosen always like this, not by their quality, by the spiritual quality and qualification. By their spiritual quality, they are chosen until now. Who they are called the Ganden Rinpoche, the throne holder of Jetsongkapa. So, up to the present, the successor, up to the present, Ling Rinpoche, who is the present, the successor of the Jetsongkapa, and also the term of being a Ganden Rinpoche is not all his life, but is 7 years. After 7 years, they are changed, and then another great master is chosen to be the next successor. And like that, all these systems of how and the rules that are set in the monasteries, and such as how the head of the tradition is chosen and so on, is all done in a very careful and very correct way, in completely in harmony with the Vinaya.
Today is the passage. Mazu lang suru ji de sha yo ji ge be on yo je ne ge ge tim da yin ne lo de ri chu gu de today yin za ji ge be sim ju me ba gang ga lo ma me je ne ho ba ji la gu ba yin za dan ba yo rin de ne ba xie zhu qian ye pe bu wo la la ma ya ke chu sha da ji pe ba yin za dan ba yan be no ka bu an zha ba chuo qin bu ge lu ge gu ba gang ga den de.
So, because the founder Jetsongkapa has from the very beginning set up in a very careful way how to practice the Dharma, the Sutta and Tantras and so on by an individual within himself, and also how to, for example, run the centers of the Dharma, and how it is sort of carried, how to carry it on. It's all set up by himself. So thanks to this, his guidance, and very clear guidance in every little aspects of the practice of the Dharma, in individual and in community, as a result of that, his tradition of the teaching of the Dharma is still sort of continuing without a degeneration. And so because of this, through his clear guidance, even up to the present day, still great masters sort of keep appearing and sort of continuing the tradition, and the Dharma is still far from degeneration.
Gumbala Taya was Yore. Telebe Temba Taya, and Mother Deke, Kabalama Shadachiche. Tingi Pombuti, Luru Chandroiza, Bachigi on you, Don Shisho Chen, Majeva Indu, Manzu, Chucho, the Manzu Lanlut, and Jamola Metoveri. Things that are not Pella, Taja, you were to let you.
So this way, then the teaching of the Dharma flourished throughout the country very much. And special, like a spiritual force, then came in the country, which sort of made the Dharma flourish all over. And so many, as we know now, so many then centers with the Dharma, and great monasteries have established or found in all over the country, everywhere, which contain many, great number of the monks, some over thousands and thousands of monks. So this way the Dharma flourished very strongly, sort sort of more than ever before, it has sort of flourished so much in the country. And so about in most of all the monasteries, the centers of Dharma which are found, in all those there is a real sort of a purity of the practice of the Dharma, in the combination of the Sutra Tantra. This combined practice of Dharma is sort of carried down. And so therefore, in ordinary, speaking in ordinary terms, the real kind of democratic kind of spiritual or Dharma system is founded by Lama Tsongkhapa for the benefit of the Dharma and for the benefit of the sentient beings.
Tā chūlū shendā kāchū bāla chāshā, mēlā rīpa kī gubā yuwa mā rī, chūshēn rī. Mēlā rīpa yuñzīn sō tāpa lāchī rī. Tāpa lāchī kī tālā kāmbī gubā chā tāp nē, gubā pōmbu lāma chā tā pōmbu nyāndū, lārāṅ khurāṅ sū kī pōchū yāngsē rīma chī chū rī.
So, for example, in other traditions, though there are many great masters have appeared, for example, in Kagyu tradition, there is Milarepa appeared, who was a great master and very great Siddha, but he had led this particular sort of way of life, of sort of Siddha way of life, and this way he didn't, for example, establish any centers of the Dharma, so he lived in solitude mainly and giving teachings to like a special circle of disciples, and because of that, the teaching didn't flourish so much, and one of the main disciple who actually brought the tradition to flourishment is Gampopa, who is a great master. Gampopa, he is a direct disciple of Milarepa. He established a great center of Dharma, this Thala Gampo, and but then after, and the practice of Dharma and all the spiritual traditions, everything flourished for some time, very, very well in this center. But after then, for example, the head of the center, the monastery, is not sort of carried down by choosing the most qualified, or like the one who has real the quality or the capability to continue, but it's rather chosen, or it's rather given, the position is carried down through the incarnations of the Lama.